Hello, everyone. Welcome in. We are going to be playing some Shadowrun Dragonfall today. Gonna be jumping right into it, honestly. A little tired. That migraine I had Friday is still kind of like it's gone, but I usually end up with a little bit of exhaustion after them. Let's go tie up the loose ends. Lori, Dietrich, Tiger. Three. Perfect. Your client has hired you to tie up loose ends at a site of a botched cloak and dagger operation. One of the operatives from the field mission has been captured by knight-errant security forces, and it's only a matter of time before he talks. Your job is simple. Kick in the door, find the operative, and put a bullet in his gut before he can spill them. The reception area of the Shuring Pharma AG lab looks normal enough. The synth leather couches were designed more for appearance than for comfort, and the blue steel walls are gently illuminated with energy-efficient recessed lighting. All in all, it's a perfect example of a typical corporate design sensibilities. Bland, generic, safe. An overturned houseplant is the only sign that something might be amiss in the lab ahead. You ready for this, boss? According to what Herr Fuchs told us, this entire complex is going to be crawling with hired security. It's going to be a hell of a fight. We can handle it. Get ready, people. Blaster, erosion. Oh no, we want to get rid of erosion, apparently. Killer, shield, suppression. And we get our ESPs. Okay, we want to geek the mage. Motherfuckers. I can't read that percentage. That's annoying. James chest stomach appeared to have been brutally torn open. Putting up brain tail has been torn to pieces. The alarms of the auto surgeon are the obvious culprit. Glory's doing work with that tanking there. Eviscerate. Missed. You. Electric core. Damn, it's such a shit. Shouldn't do anything there. Nice. Pile of corpses. Too late to hear. Fast response team inbound. That takes quite a bit out of our way there. No good attack options. Let's go ahead and buff up Lori there. Oops. Fuck. Move up here. Blaster. Got smack. Guess I can't do anything about that. From the description that your client gave you, this must be your target, the rigger, Thorvald Enstad. You can see him waving and pounding on the plastic of his cell door, but from where you're standing, the scene is eerily silent. He looks as though he's had a rough go of things. One of his eyes has been blackened and his lower lip is split wide open. Not particularly surprising given the temperament of his captors. The only incongruous element is his outfit. He's decked out head to toe in patched black riding leathers. A pair of oversized studded combat boots shined in the halogen glare of the cell's lighting panels. From his style of dress, it's obvious that this dwarf is not a corporate employee. He's a Shadowrunner. This isn't some corporate goon boss. Look at him. He's one of us. Glory shudders, but holds her silence. Dietrich lays a hand on the bare metal of Glory's shoulders. She flinches, but only barely. When he speaks, his voice is soft. There, but for the grace of God, eh, love? Glory's eyes remain fixed on the rigger, who continues to hammer impotently on the door of his cell. Something like that. Door sides open and the stench of stale sweat assaults your nostrils. Instead, steps forward, his bloody lip curls into a smile. The soles of his boots squeak on the polished tile floor. Free at last, thank Christ. He smiles. His smile widens into a sickly grin. Tar-stained teeth shine wetly in the light. Didn't think I'd want warrant to rescue. Whoever sent you, thank it for me. Sent you. Afraid you're wrong about that. I was sent here to tie up loose ends. You. His eyes go wide. He raises his trembling hands in surrender. Well then, Chief, I don't know what your client told you. As your team busted around and went loud too early and got a lot of people killed. Us? We botched the run? That's bullshit, man. We did everything like we were supposed to, like always. It was that bastard's bad intel that got us hung out to dry. Sounds familiar. Please hear me out. I promise I'll make it worth your while if you do. Blair shrugs. Couldn't hurt to hear what he has to say. His hands clasp in front of him in a sign of supplication. You can see the terror in his eyes. Go ahead, talk. All right. Okay. So we go in, right? Me and my team, and we're doing just what the client told us to do. Well, the bastard forgot to mention that the pharma had knight errant security contract with the place. He told us that there would be little, if any, resistance. So imagine our surprise when a KE response team kicked in the door and unloaded on us. According to the client, the reason why Knight Errant showed up was because your team started slaughtering the lab staff. That's bullshit. They attacked us. And then Knight Errant showed up and everything went to hell. Look, I can see that you're skeptical. I get that. I can't blame you for it either. You don't know me from Adam. But I know one thing that you will understand. I'd like to offer you a trade. I've got a little toy hidden away, managed to stash it before those Knight Errant pukes took me. My own design, totally one of a kind. I call it a pain inducer. Grade A, fun for the runner who has everything, and I guarantee you'll never find another. If you let me live, it's all yours. I'll put a fucking ribbon on it for you. Then I'll disappear and never bother any of you again. Scouts on it. Even if we consider going off mission, she shoots you a significant glance, which we wouldn't. He turns back to Enstead, staring him down. Do you honestly think we'd sacrifice our professional integrity and 15,000 yen payday for a trinket? He nods slowly. 15, huh? I can match that. You let me live and I'll pay your wage, plus the inducer. Hell, you could even tell your client I'm dead, bill him too. Double your earning. What do you think about that? How'd you come by the 15 grand? Hit a big payday a while back. Put the extra cash in my rainy day fund. Trust me, pal. I can pay you the money. You help me out, and I'll transfer it to you myself. We just need to get back to the room where I stashed my PDA. What does this pain inducer do exactly? Induces pain. He snickers. It's a narrowband microwave projector. Causes debilitating pain in a target and screws with the electrical systems of drones and the like. Think of it like a taser, only easier to use, and meaner, and a whole lot more fun. You won't regret it, friend. Promise. Tiger holds her tongue, but her body language speaks volumes. Tight lips, rigid pose, slight color in her pale cheeks. You've seen it before. She's furious. Instead, slows to a stop at the window. His eyes are locked on a stack of corpses piled on the cell floor. My old team, sorry sons of bitches, bet they never thought I'd be the last one man standing. Why not? I'm usually right in the thick of the action, easy to get shot at under those circumstances. If I hadn't been downstairs when the KE smashed in, I'd be in that pile with them. Funny, in my experience, riggers usually stay away from the thick of combat. They tend to use their drones for that. Well, I ain't that kind of rigger. Drones aren't my thing so much. Your getaway drone. Dietrich shoots the rigger a sidelong glance. Vehicle riggers are even less likely to be found on the front lines. Nah, I'm a spider. My specialty is taking over building systems. To do that, I need to find a data tap. And to do that, I need to charge on in with the rest of the team. Deckers usually handle that kind of thing? Yeah, they often do. They don't do it well, mind you, but they do. Deckers can manage a building, sure, but when I rig into the security system, I become a building. Anything hardwired into the system becomes part of me. Turrets, doors, elevators, you name it. And then he rubs his hands together excitedly. It's time to get creative. I think we might have seen some signs of your creativity on the way up here. He shrugs. Might have. Can't say one way or another until you show me what you're talking about. Anyway, I think we should probably get moving, don't you think? I don't want to be here when the more of those knight-errant bastards show up. As you hurry past the scene of carnage in the operating theater, a peculiar smile crosses the rigger's face. He slows to a stop and points at the dismembered body on the other side of the glass. You said you were a spider, right? Is this your handiwork? He looks you dead in the eye for a moment. His expression remains unchanged. Then his smile broadens and a stream of giggles comes pouring out of him. Okay, yeah, you got me. Red-faced, he wipes a tear from the corner of his eyes. This was one of mine. Couldn't you tell how excited I was to see this stuff? Such incredible toys. It was way too good an opportunity to pass up. Very good night. An errant employee looks more like a lab tech to me. He nods enthusiastically. This was a fun one. Little prick couldn't believe it when I set the auto surgeon on him. He kept trying to stay away, but wherever he went, one of my arms was there. Rip, rip. And all the while he was screaming like a little girl. He must have kept at it for, 10, 15 minutes. He barks out a snorting laugh. It's hilarious, man, I tell you. Lori gives you a significant glance. You can see the disgust in her eyes. I'll point out the other stuff when we see it. There was one guy locked in a room with a manipulator arm. He wipes a tear from the corner of his eye. That was fucking classic. To hell with the trinket. Letting this bastard go would be wrong, boss. You know that. Besides which, he lied to us. There was no bad intel. This bastard is the reason why things went south on that run. I can feel it in my bones. Abruptly, instead, laughter stops. Fuck is he talking about? We have a deal. You don't want to kill him, that's fine. Dietrich stares the wounded rigger down. You can feel the crackle of magic swelling around him. Let me do it. I'll help. It's what we should have done in the first place. At that moment, the door behind you slides open. A trio of figures makes their way into the room. Leader of the group is an elf with Asian features. He's obviously a vet job. The bands of corded muscles that bulge out under his sleeves have a distinctly store-bought look to them. When he speaks, his voice comes out in a gravelly rumble. My, the intrepid Necrometer. With his target in tow, what a surprise. Let's talk about this. There's a little to talk about. You were sent here to tie up loose ends. Instead, we catch you trying to sneak your target out to the front door. Disappointing. Not surprising, mind you, but disappointing all the same. Let me guess, our client sent you? Herr Fuchs sent us to check up on you. Given his recent troubles with Shadowrunners, this should not come as a surprise. The company man smiles at instead. The rigger shrinks back against the wall. No more than your betrayal surprises me. What happens now? You relinquish instead to us. We will dispatch him quickly and cleanly as you were meant to do. And what about my pay? Never fear. Herr Fuchs is an honorable man. You will receive your contracted fee despite your unsatisfactory performance. But understand if your reputation has been tarnished by this, you will never work for Herr Fuchs again. My offer still stands, pal. You kill this asshole and let me walk, and I give you the same money plus the device. And I won't try to guilt trip you neither. If you have the slightest degree of professional integrity, you will surrender the rigger. Now. I've come this far, might as well finish it. All right. Good choice, my friend. Good choice. He takes a few steps forward and kicks the company man's corpse in the head. I'll just dip into the other room and grab your payment for you, then we can all be on our way. Instead, enters the room with the auto surgeon. After a minute of rummaging around under the blood-spattered operating table, he produces a PDA, a wicked-looking device. He smiles at you through the glass. Can't help but notice a touch-based console mounted a few feet away from you. It appears to be a control system for the auto surgeon. It looks as though, with the press of a button, you could put the machine into something called exploratory surgery mode. As promised, all yours. What you doing business with you? I wanted to kill him anyway. No. Subway car is empty on your return trip to Cruise Bazaar. The strong stretch of the U-Bahn tunnel system doesn't see much use, it seems. At least not at this hour. Train rattles on, and you find yourself lost in thought. Old memories creep unbidden to the forefront of your mind. Memories of Monica and the old days and the crew that you used to run with. Memories of success and failure, wealth and poverty, of good times and bad. Halfway back to the Cruise Bazaar, you're jolted out of your reverie by a buzzing sound. Your comm link is receiving a call. Quick glance at the screen tells you that Amsel is on the line. You pick up and his voice fills your ear. Necrometer, I trust I'm catching you at a good time. As good a time as any. What's up? I made contact with another prospective client, a rather elusive woman of Azlander descent. She calls herself Frau Mueller. What's the job? She'll not say, not to me at any rate. She has insisted that she will speak only to you. She wanted to meet with you in half hour's time at the location of your choosing. Now we know this isn't a huge waste of time. We don't per se, but Frau Mueller did tell me what she's offering for the work. 36,000 yen. An impressive sum, Necrometer. Quite enough money to justify a meeting, I would think. If you don't feel she's up on the up and up, you can always refuse the job. It's a lot of money. All right, count me in. Very good. I will instruct her to come to the Cruise Bazaar. Where would you like to meet? Cafe Sesvi. Altig's going to find out about this anyway. Might as well have the discussion in comfort. Noted. I will set up the meet. Necrometer, there's one other thing. You should calmly cuts the static. A moment later, the lights on the U-Bahn car flicker and wink out. You hear a screeching sound of steel on steel, and the train goes to a halt. Lights in the bathroom go out. Next, the status light next to the track remains red. Alone. Tunnel's collapse, not getting out this way. Got a fuse. Squatters are living in the station. Except the console could extend nearby, but with power out, the entire thing is not functional. bridge. Get your muscle to force a door. My stash. Ow! Forcer, Captain. You look like a troll. Lori must have gotten hit by that when I hit the enforcer with it. That's annoying. Encrypted PDA. The rest of the trip home is uneventful, but one thing is clear: someone is hunting you. This ambush was no chance game warfare, but an organized attempt on your life. If Green Winters was right, then whoever killed him is now after you. The PDA you retrieved from your attackers may hold some answers. It's time to return to your safe house and consult Paul Amsel. But we're going to take a quick break first, and then we'll get to one sec. All right. He gains a sniper rifle ability, fires a discarding Sabot HTI round that ignores armor completely. 2 AP to do it, and it's a 5-round cooldown. But you just get to say, yeah, no, your armor means nothing. Nerve Spear augment. Nerve Spear now flushes enemies from cover when they are hit. Or he gets a +1 armor. You go with Nerve Spear. Prey armor. And increases decking skill by 1. Yes, I don't know. We're not gonna be using Blitz really ever. One look at Blitz's face is enough to tell you that something is gnawing at him. He stands beside his table, playing with a coffee spoon. Hey, Necrometer, what you need? What's going on, Blitz? Well, Chief, I hate to admit it, but I might be in a bit of trouble over here. Go on. There's an awkward pause, and Blitz plows on ahead. Well, you remember those creditors I told you about? The ones who loaned me all that money? Yeah. Yeah, well, it turns out some of them are a little less than forgiving than I thought they were. Keep talking. Well, one in particular seems to have taken things kind of personally. How personally are we talking here? I got a package in the mail. It had somebody's thumbs in it. Yeah, thumbs. They came in a cigar box, packed in salt. I have no idea who they belong to. Pretty sure they're meant to convey some sort of message. That's a pretty safe bet. I don't want to lose my thumbs, Chief. I like my thumbs. I think I need to pay that guy back. Or pay this guy back. Luckily, I've got a plan. I know how to get myself out of hot water with Meat Grinder. I've got it all specced out. Let me get this straight. You took a loan from somebody named Meat Grinder. Hey, Chief, come on. I feel bad enough about this already. There's no need to rub it in. Anyway, like I was saying, I can make it all right again, but I'll need your help to do it. Listening? Well, there's this group out in Dragonkeep. They call themselves the Landenberg Ring. They're a financial crime organization, and there's a lot of bad blood between them and Meat Grinder's operation. Anyway, back when I was running with the Schwarzherzen, I laid out the groundwork for a hit on the Landenberg Ring. I was never able to make good on it, though. For some reason, none of the other gangers would ever volunteer to help out. With your help, I could steal enough money from them to cover my debt and get myself back into Meat Grinder's good graces in the process. So what do you think? A quick run? Just you and me. With me in the Matrix and you as my man on the ground, we hit them, satisfying my debt, and laugh about it on our way back home. Sound like a plan? Might be interested, depending on my cut of the profit says. All right, let's be more. Chief, there won't be any profits, at least not for us. The money that we suck out of that place has got to go to Grinder. All of it. Well, then you can find yourself another partner. Nothing personal, but I don't stick out unless I'm getting paid. Oh, come on, Chief. It's as if I've never stuck my neck out for you. Hell, that's all I've been doing since I got here. And this is the thanks I get? Grinder off your back. I'll help you with him. All right, thanks, Chief. And yeah, you're right. I do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some last minute stuff to take care of before we get started. Also at Blitz. Meet you at the U-Bahn. No. Not as such, Chief. I won't physically be going to Dragon Keep. I've got enough of that place for one lifetime. I'll be checking in from a terminal that I set up here in the Cruise Bazaar. Great. Okay, well, I guess I'll send you a comm when I get there. That's good, Chief. Thanks. That's on that last run you like to share? Hell of a thing, wasn't it? That run made me glad I don't have to spend a lot of time in hospitals, I'll tell you that much. There was a single aspect of that building that didn't make me feel uneasy. Wasn't a big fan of you letting Thorvald go, boss. The man was obviously a psychopath. He did some sick shit in there and he loved it. If I'd been in your place, I'd have taken him out. It was what we were there to do, and it would have been the right thing to do, just my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to take the guy out. I was hoping to double dip, but I forgot how that run goes. That happened eventually, probably sooner rather than later. Isn't there something you can do to stop that from happening? Well, I suppose I could refuse, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea, especially not now. Remember, boss, the Dragon Slayer is where my magic comes from. If I turn away from him, you'd better believe he'll turn away from me. Besides which, I don't even know if I can refuse him anymore. He's been with me for so long, I don't know where he stops and I begin. Don't you worry about me, boss. I've known that this was coming for my entire life, and when it happens, I'll go down in a blaze of glory, the likes of which you can't imagine. It's a promise. What if you're to pick a fight with a different kind of dragon, say maybe a gang or a corporation? He pauses for a moment. That's an interesting idea. If it were big enough and heinous enough, he might be satisfied. I've never tried to bargain or negotiate with the Dragon Slayer before. I'm not sure how I feel about it, and I don't know how he'd take it either. The Dragon Slayer doesn't like to be questioned, and his temper's even shorter than mine. But I'll tell you what, boss. I'll think about it. Can't really believe that your idol wants you to commit suicide. Of course not. The Dragon Slayer doesn't want me to die, but he does want me to kill Dragon. That ain't supposed to be safe or easy. It isn't my idol's fault that I'm getting too old to keep up with his wishes. Any updates on Alexander? Nothing new, boss. He's adjusting. It's gonna take time. Now. It was a nice change of pace, a simple job with a straightforward objective. Pity that you completely botched it. You trust me? Yeah. Yeah, I do. You've earned that much. I haven't always agreed with your decisions, Necrometer, but you've proven your competence. It's only fair for me to acknowledge it. What happened to your team? This again? Why do you even care, Necrometer? Because it's pretty clear that if you had your way, you'd still be with them, and a good leader places a priority on knowing his team. You nod slowly. Tell you. I suppose you deserved it. What happened to them happened to us was Hoffman. He was a rookie. The kid of some big money corporate exec. He looked good on paper and he made it through the KSK training, so he was technically qualified to join a team. But he was way too green to fit in with ours. Still, he wanted to be a hero and his family had enough clout to get him an assignment of his choosing. I don't know how many strings Hoffman's daddy had to pull to get him assigned to our team, but he pulled them. Hoffman became our 9th squad mate despite Metzger's objections. Anyway, flash forward a few weeks, we're closing in on one of the Russian mob's major trafficking operations. They'd been using a series of warehouses 50 miles from the border as a staging area for their convoys. Women and girls from Eastern Europe were being housed there. When the convoys came, they'd be crammed into cargo containers and hauled across the border into Germany. Go to any brothel along the border and have a look around. Chances are you'll find at least a few girls who spent some time in those warehouses. Slovakians, Hungarians, Poles, you name it. The mob had been smuggling them over for decades. But we were in a position to derail their operation, and we weren't going to let our new addition slow us down. We hit them by surprise, and we hit them hard. Fisher and Braun managed to take down the Banshee that they had patrolling the site. Wolf had reconnaissance drones overhead, providing battle tac feeds to the rest of us. and we picked off their gunmen one by one. They had numbers on us, but they didn't know where to hit us. We had eyes in the sky, and we had cover and concealment. Every time they thought they had a fix on us, we'd shift positions and hit them again. They might as well have been fighting ghosts. When Hoffman broke cover and gave away our position, then Hoffman broke cover and gave away our position. And after that, all hell broke loose. Wolf went down first. The sound of it will haunt me for the rest of my days. An explosion, a choked scream, and then this long, drawn-out gurgling sound. When he died, his drones went down with him, and there were too many hostiles to track without them. I'll spare you the gory details, Necrometer. Suffice it to say my team was wiped out. Iger's face clouds again. You can see the tears beginning to well in her eyes. I watched Metzger die. With visible effort, she clamps down on her emotions and calms herself. When she speaks again, her voice is flat. I took 3 rounds myself, had to drag myself across the Oder-Neisse line into Germany. I almost died. So that's our story. My KSK career died with the rest of the team. Our mission was illegal after all, off the books. There was no going back for me, so I wound up here. She looks you in the eye. Her tone is impassive. Did that tell you everything you wanted to know, fearless leader? Are you satisfied now? Yes. You, Edgar? So tell me, what's your takeaway from my tale of woe? I figure that you've got one. You blamed me because I was new to the team. I mean, probably a little bit. You were hung up on the past. You want to survive in the shadows. You'll need to get over it. Doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter what I think. What you think and how you act on it is what's important. She pauses to consider. Normally, I'd call that a cop-out answer, but I guess there's some truth to it. In any case, you don't need to worry about me, fearless leader. My baggage isn't going to hurt my job performance, right? You might be thinking that I judged you too harshly in the beginning because of Hoffman. You'd be right on that count. I probably did. But everything else that I said after Monica died was justified, whether you want to believe it or not. Giving you command of this team was a hasty decision made for the wrong reasons. I stand by that assessment. But between then and now, I've been watching you like a hawk, and you've grown. You weren't the right choice to lead before. I still believe that. But you are now. Exactly. Good talk. Until next time. Gloria's pallid face lights up as you approach. A genuine smile spreads across her lips. Necrometer, good to see you. Any thoughts about that last round? Not much to say. She pauses to study you for a moment before continuing. Freeing Thorvald wasn't the decision that I'd have made. I've known men like him, and no good will come from his freedom, but then it wasn't my choice to make. We're one step closer to paying Alice's fee in the end. That's all that really matters. Everything's with you. You know what? I'm happy, actually. For the first time in a long time. I have you to thank for that. Are you telling me about that Chrome Knight you're supporting? Be patient, Necrometer. The explanation for that is coming. A look of unease flits across her face. I'm not sure that you're going to like it, though. You needed time? I gave you time. Are you ready to talk about fear still yet? Yeah. Glory looks troubled. More so than you've ever seen her before. Whatever memories she's dredging up must be exceedingly painful. I'm not going to lie. I haven't been looking forward to this, but yeah, it's time. Necrometer, look. I'm about to tell you some things about myself that might change your opinion of me. It's entirely possible that you're going to hate me based on what's coming up next. I've accepted that, and if that's what happens, I sincerely believe that I deserve. She looks you in the eye, her expression grim. So tell me, are you sure that you want to keep pushing forward with this? This is important for you, Glory. After everything we've been through, I think we both know that whatever you have to tell me, I'm ready to listen. Thanks, Necrometer. Thanks for being a friend. So, when we left off last time, I had just moved from the streets of Tübingen to the warm, inviting confines of Fürstau. Marta and I were happy there for a little while, and Harrow embraced me as a long-lost daughter. I should probably take a moment to talk more about Harrow. He's going to be an important figure in this story. I don't know what his age was. He seemed old enough to be paternal, but young enough to hang with the kids on something like a peer level. Best guess, I'd say he was in his mid-20s. He was handsome, well-built, He was handsome and well built, with neatly trimmed beard and thick brown hair. And there was something else about him, something uncanny. Harrow had this charisma, this raw magnetic attraction that just made people latch onto him. I saw it over and over. All it took was a few words and a pat on the shoulder, and Harrow would have a new convert. Other kids at the farm followed him around like lost puppies. As much as I loved Marta, and as much as I thought she loved me, we forgot about one another when Harrow was around. All we wanted was to be close to him, to be part of his inner circle, and soon enough, we were. For a girl of 17, it was all terribly exciting. Harrow had these rules of living that he would teach us, rules about self-determination and importance of disobedience. He claimed to have taught classes at the University of Berlin, which he painted as a mix between an earthly paradise and an anarchist playground. He told us how Fürstel would be the focal point of a new movement for the children of the fatherland. He told us that we were special. We ate it up, of course. We were kids. For those of us in the inner sanctum, Harrow would share even more. He had the power, the likes of which I had never seen. Not my father's drunken fists or my own childish experiments, but genuine, incredible power. He said that it came from the horned god, an ancient deity that he venerated. He knew about my latent abilities right away, and he offered to teach me. Naturally, I accepted. I've heard of the horned god. His followers have a poor reputation, especially among women. Any bad reputation they might have gained is well deserved, but there was more to it than that, as you'll see. Glory sighs. Hang with me, Necrometer. Rough waters ahead. So I became Harrow's apprentice. He taught me to channel magic and summon spirits. He taught me rituals and pagan traditions, Machiavellian philosophy, and Nietzschean ethics. Above all, he taught me to connect with his horned god, and through it I learned power and arrogance, and it was all downhill from there. For the next few years, I lived at Fürstel as Harrow's enforcer and right-hand girl. I was also his sometimes wife and concubine, but that was a distinction I shared with all of the girls in the commune, including my beloved Marta. I came to learn that she'd been his long before we met, but by that point I didn't care. I'd embraced the rules of living. I was Harrow's creature through and through. I didn't ask questions, and I walked the path. That was in front. Other fun facts about those years: I learned cruelty. I had power now, and my new idol encouraged me to use it. Harrow did the same. Any children who didn't pull their weight were subjected to my tender mercies, and I was anything but tender. I took what I wanted rather than asking for it. I liked it. It was fun. I also came to learn that Harrow's horned god was not the icon first worshipped by throwback cults across Germany. It was certainly a god with horns, but it came from an altogether different tradition. Care to hazard a guess? The devil? In the magically active community, we refer to it as the adversary, but yeah, same being, more or less. So my idol, the ancient deity that was feeding me my power, was the antithesis of everything that is right and good. And you know what? I didn't care. In our time together, Harrow and I committed more atrocities than I could count. At this point, I was onto all of his tricks. I knew that Fürstel was nothing more than a honey trap, carefully designed to lure local children into my master's clutches. I knew that the kids who seemed resistant to Harrow's brainwashing techniques wound up fertilizing the garden. I knew that Harrow's entire manifesto was bullshit, and I knew that through it all, Harrow and the adversary were laughing, because I was laughing right there beside him. I don't want to pin the blame for my decisions on anyone but me. That said, I would like to posit that my father's connection to the Crusaders might have helped play into my willingness to serve the adversary. In my warped, indoctrinated little brain, I equated the church with evil, so the opposite of that, figured, had to be, well, if not good, then at least not totally bad. But I was kidding myself, of course. My new deity was the very definition of bad. Serving it made me bad. End of story. Can't excuse the choices that you've made, but I can't understand why you made them. That's big of you, Necrometer. I genuinely mean that. Glory takes a moment to steel herself and continues on. Anyway, one day, Harrow invited me on a field trip to Stuttgart. Over the years that I was at Fierchdale, the commune had easily doubled in size. It was thriving, all thanks to the efforts of Marta and girls like her. Harrow would send the girls out to neighboring cities to lure in street kids that nobody would miss. He targeted children because they were easy to indoctrinate and because nothing makes the adversary happier than the corruption of the innocent. As we drove out to pick up new recruits, I was already planning ahead. It was a foregone conclusion that I would pay my father a visit. The irony of a group of crusaders getting immolated by a genuine servant of the actual devil tickled me to no end. So when Harrow stopped to fill up on diesel, I hopped out of the van and headed down on foot to my parents' place. Harrow wasn't overly concerned about my absence. I had long since reached the point where I could assert my autonomy, and he knew I'd be back. I wound up at my folks' house sometime around noon. I could hear the adversary whispering in my ear, telling me what to do. I'd long since learned to listen to its voice. It always rewarded me with extra power when I did its bidding. So it told me to knock, so I did. As the door opened, I could feel a torrent of flames welling up in the astral plane all around me. So it told me to channel them into the doorway, into my father. So I did. But of course, the person who opened wasn't my father. It was my mother. As I watched her flesh blacken and melt, as I heard her scream, and I broke into hysterics, I heard the adversary laugh. And at that moment, I realized it was laughing at me. Glory nods, a grim expression on her delicate face. Thanks, we're almost to the end now. Thanks for sticking with me. It was like a lever had been pulled. All at once, the bubble popped. I wasn't a powerful servant of the adversary. I was not Harrow's #1 girl. I was a ridiculous little fool who'd willingly tied her soul to the worst thing in existence. Realizing all of this was one thing. Actually fixing it was something else entirely. I knew I had to get away from Harrow. That was the first thing to do, so I bit my lip and did my best to ignore the happy babble of the new recruits on the trip back to Fierchdale. And I managed to get through the ride without screaming. Once we were back at the commune, I broke into Harrow's safe, stole all of the commune's resources, and ran. I don't know when Harrow realized what I'd done, or whether he even cared. All I know is that nobody came after me, so I kept running and running until I got Berlin. Getting past the wall was fairly simple. You know how easy it is to obtain falsified papers. The biggest obstacle I faced during my flight was the adversary itself. I could run from Harrow, but what do you do? How do you run from something that is tied to your own soul? Feeling that I know. The haunted look in Gloria's eyes is heartbreaking. He gives you another curt, grim nod. I walked into the office of the first street doc I could find, pointed at all of the biggest, bulkiest pieces of cyberware he had on display, and told him to put them into me. He tried to upsell me on better merchandise, arguing that what I was asking for was old and inefficient, better suited to be installed in a museum than a body. He told me that I'd be shredding my essence, and that once it was gone, I'd never be able to get it back. I stuck to my guns. After all, shredding my essence was the whole point. Glory looks up at you. Her eyes are sunken and hollow. The aura of loss about her is palpable. She looks like a woman who has been through hell. That's all for now, Necrometer. You've heard the tale. You know why I am the way I am. You know the things I've done, and how much I have to atone for. If you still want my company, fine. If I've lost your friendship, I understand that too. But for now, I need to be alone. Amsel calls over his shoulder at the sound of your approach. His eyes are glued to his computer's display. Necrometer, Frau Mueller should be on her way, but before you go to the meeting site, I have news. He glances at you and his words trail on. Upon seeing the expression on your face, Amsel's voice becomes grave. You can't wait. Tell me what's happened. Bad news, my friend. Somebody is hunting us. They set up an ambush on the U-bomb. Amsel pauses, then gives a curt nod. Truth be told, I've been expecting that something like this might happen. I'm just glad you made it out alive. What if the attackers dropped this? Amsel takes the PDA from you and examines it. Yes. I should be able to extract some information from this. Give me a moment. He plugs the PDA into his computer and goes to work. A few moments later, he lets out a grunt of dismay. Well, Necrometer, I was able to recover a file, but unfortunately, that's all I'll ever be able to pull off this thing. All that anyone will, truth be told. It must have been running some kind of counter-intrusion software. The instant I gained access, it bricked itself. Amsel disconnects the useless PDA and drops it to the ground. It clatters with to a rest on the metal floor. What did you manage to pull off of it? A comm file. The audio is all there, but it looks like we've only got video from one side of the conversation. Let's see what we have. He opens the file and a nightmarishly familiar face appears on the screen. Bachmeyer? That hurt. Why? No. Go up on your wizard tower. Go up on your wizard tower. I know you're upsetty spaghetti. The voice bleats out from Amsel's speakers, filling the room. Aldrin here. What's your status? Buckmeyer's image is garbled, but his voice sounds young and eager. Target acquired, sir. You were right. We spotted him on the U-Bahn, just like he said, probably on his way to a job. As per your instructions, we're going to try and take him out on his way back. He'll be more vulnerable that way. Hopefully injured and low on ammo too, but only time will tell. Good man. Proceed as instructed. Will do. Cosman is rigging up an ambush spot now. We'll try to make it quick. The orc with the nightmare face nods. Send me a comp when the job is done. Aldrin out. The image on the computer screen dies. Amsel turns to face you. Well, our scarred friend makes an appearance. Necrometer, I suspect that Green Winters' predictions are coming true. I believe that Fierce Wing is behind this. Under Amsel's patient exterior, you can feel the worry that's eating at him. Be on your guard, you and the rest of your team. You made it through the attack relatively unscathed, but next time you might not be so lucky. At least we now have a name to put to the face, Aldrin. That's not all we have. As I was saying, when you first walked in, I have been productive as well. I was able to uncover some new evidence with your absence. And coincidentally enough, that evidence pertains to our scarred friend. You might recall that I said I'd dig into Audrin's skin graft. Well, I did, and that search has finally borne fruit. One of my contacts outside of Berlin handles the paperwork for private hospitals all across Germany. It's a dull, boring job, but it does have its perks. Amsel pulls up the file on his computer. A medical chart opens up on the screen. As it turns out, our scarred friend's skin grafts were performed at a legitimate hospital after. Okay, just for once, what do they say? Well, they're rather light on identifying information. Our friend's name is listed as Max Musterman, the local equivalent of John Doe. But they do cover his injuries in great detail. Aldrin's injuries were extensive. He had 2 broken ribs, a shattered pelvis, and he had sustained 3rd-degree burns over 60% of his body. Most damningly of all, he was suffering from acute radiation poisoning. His body had absorbed over 50,000 millisieverts of ionizing radiation, a lethal dose without treatment. The information dries up at this point. We know that he was treated and discharged, but what happened afterwards remains a mystery. Pauses for a moment, studying your reaction. Your thoughts? Hold nothing back. I'd like to hear everything that comes to mind. Might have spent some time in the SOX. Radiation poisoning didn't happen on its own. Agreed. 50,000 millisieverts is a lot of exposure. Short of basking in the glow of an unshielded reactor, I don't know how he'd have absorbed that much ionizing radiation without spending some time in the SOX. Alright, so Aldrin was heavily irradiated, most likely from time spent in the SOX. What else does this tell? Those burns sound like Dragonfire, but if Firewing burned Aldrin, why would he be working for her now? I don't think Aldrin is working for the Firewing. I believe that he is serving her. On Green Winters' 2nd DVD, he mentions that there's a cult within the SOX that worships the Firewing, the Disciples of the Cleaning Fire. I believe that Aldrin belongs to this cult. Well, that's bad news. There's nothing more dangerous than a zealot. My thoughts exactly. A hireling can sometimes be bribed or reasoned with. A pawn can be liberated. But if a Firewing soldiers look up to her as a goddess figure, nothing short of killing her will deter them. and even that might not stop them. So it is possible that Aldrin is a dragon cultist. This seems to fit with much of the other information that we've uncovered. Did any other red flags jump out at you? Hospital couldn't ID Aldrin. Either somebody covered his tracks for him, or he was living completely off the grid. Indeed, if Aldrin were a denizen of the SOX, a glowpunk, his lack of identifying information would make sense. He absolutely adjusts his glasses. It's a working theory at any rate. So to sum up, Aldrin has probably spent time in the SOX. It's possible that he lived there as a member of Pierswing's Dragon. He is after you. He also pauses for a moment before continuing. In my mind, all of this reinforces one fact. We need to find Valclaire, and we need to do it fast. Good, and that's all the more reason to gather Alice's fee as quickly as possible. It's a buzzing from Paul's wrist. He lifts his hand to look at his PDA, and as luck would have it, Frau Mueller has arrived. Best of luck with the meeting, Necrometer. Remember, this is urgent. We need them on it. Late's face appears from shooting. It's clear that the message was recorded on a portable device. Hi, Necrometer. Just want to tell you that I've met with limited success working on that stack of DVDs. It's a thorny problem, but at least I'm making some headway. If you look at the table beside your DVD player, you'll find another recovered disc. I wasn't able to salvage all the files on it, but I think you might find what I did recover to be of interest. For my part, I'm going to continue working on the other DVDs. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't hold out much hope, though. They're all badly damaged and suffering from disc rot besides. I'll be in touch. My best to you and your team. Screen flickers to life. Maxim's face appears. He's wearing a broad grin, and you can hear the sounds of celebration in the background. Hey there, Muscle. Not sure if Tuck gave me the right address, but I figured it was worth a shot. I don't know if you heard, but our favorite Poly Club got hit from all sides by the F-State today. It's glorious. Anyway, just thought I'd want to share in the good news, and figured you'd want to share in the good news, and thanks for your help back there. I don't think we would have made it out of there without you. He raises a hand in salute. Take care. The message ends. Hey, Necrometer. Uncle Dietrich told me that I could message you here, so I figured that I should. He probably told you that I'm living at Samuel's, huh? Well, that's where I am. It's different. I'll give you that much. Give it that much. I like that I don't get pressured to hurt people here, so that's good. Nobody smacks me around, even though I can tell that a lot of the orcs and trolls want to. I do get yelled at a lot and called a lot of names, but I guess that's making me feel bad about the kind of thing. I guess that making me feel bad about that kind of thing is all part of the plan. Life kind of sucks right now, but at least nobody is going to make me kill it. Uncle D says that it's going to get better, and maybe it will. I don't know. Anyway, what I mostly wanted to say was thanks for not killing me back at the Jimenez compound. I had a gun on you, and you totally could have. But you didn't. I'm really glad about that. Thanks, Xander. We need to talk. Come see me at your earliest convenience. There's a matter we need to discuss. Necrometer, didn't want to say this in front of the others, but I feel I need to say it. What you did was unacceptable. This is your team, and you may lead it however you see fit, but if word gets out that you betrayed a client, our other job prospects are going to vanish, and we can't afford to have that happen. We need the information that Alice is gathering for us, and we can't afford to pay her. We'll never get, if we can't afford to pay her, we'll never get our hands on it. I'm going to do what I can to smooth over the mess you left with Herr Fuchs, but I fear that the damage may already be done. In the future, I pray that you exercise better judgment. You all pending inactive jobs. No, we're not doing job board. We're doing Shadowlands BBS. Massacre in this schoolhouse. Really attention-grabbing headline, right? That's how the local news has been spinning it. Truth is, the schoolhouse was abandoned years ago and was being used as a humanist recruitment and training complex. You're kidding me. A friend of mine was going there after class and he said it was just a community center. I know none of you are fans of humanists, but that entire chapter house got wiped clean. There were probably some kids there in there off the streets who were just looking for a hot meal. True humanists were exploiting them, but they didn't deserve death. Good riddance to those assholes. Streets are a little safer now that they're all buried. Went trolling on the humanist board and that place was totally wiped out. Volker Stahl was in charge of that chapter house. Good riddance to that piece of dreck. Just got offered a job to geek one of Humanis's lieutenants. Seems like Stahl is dead and a power struggle is already underway. You taking the job? Not my kind of work, but I gave the Johnson an address to one of your Tricks dead jobs. Cheers, mate. Just finished up drinks with a chummer who was doing some biz up there. The real story is Humanis did not want to pay for services rendered and some hired muscle went crazy and took them all out. So the muscle decided taking on the whole place down would get the new yen back? Well, that's one way to make a living, I guess. Even if your friend did get screwed out of a bit of new yen, I don't think Humanis would even be worth the bullets, especially that many of them. Time to rise up against the corporation is now. Fight for a free Berlin. You just fall out of a time warp, the war is over and we won. Hard to imagine Berlin any freer. Maybe you just need to switch to decaf. As long as any corporation is active anywhere in the F state, we are all at risk. We must act. Corps are good for business and keep in their little corners. Why do you think we would help you? How naive to think they will stay there forever. Don't you see that they are taking the freedom we all hold so dear? Plans are being made across the F state. With the shadow community on our side, we shall prevail. The F state has its own way of dealing with those who step out of line. Take your politics somewhere else. Around here, we've got bills to pay. Scheisse. What a thrill. I had to do a simple data steal on an SK branch office. Turned into an OK Corral shootout. Never seen first response team arrive that fast in my life. Had a decker off-site running damage control, managed to distract the second team to a different building while we jacked the car the first team came in. Lesson learned, simple when it comes to SK means something else. You stole the corpse of response vehicle? Won't they have trackers on those things? Of course they do. Dumped it off the side of the road with a primed grenade in the back seat just to be safe. Nice one. Bragging about a nearly failed run on SK? Is it worth them paying a decker to backtrace your Shadowland account? Any idea what valuable data they were hiding in that branch office? No idea. Money was too good to take any chances with it. Safely delivered it and the transfer cleared. Uh, uh, Welcome back. What can I do for you, my friend? Yes, very nice. The design appears to be simple enough. Yes, I should be able to provide you with this. It won't be cheap, though. Hope that our recent misunderstanding won't have an impact on our ongoing business relationship. Misunderstanding, Necrometer? I'm sure that I don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're not hearing me. I don't know what you're talking about. I know nobody in the sewers, and you know nothing on my extracurricular activity. As long as you're on board with that, our business together can continue unabated. Deal? Deal, Doc. Got your message. What did you want to discuss? Oh, good. Now on to move on. Now let's move on to other matters. What? Do you have business for me? Some work you need done, perhaps? What did you want to discuss? Business. I have a job for you. I'm a little surprised that you want to hire me. We haven't always seen eye to eye. Dropping frames. Lovely. It's true, but I'm confident that you're the right man for the job. Why? Not your reputation, I'll tell you that much. Some of your past clients have been pretty vocal about their dissatisfaction with you. A Fuchs in particular wants your head on a plate. No, Necrometer. You're my first choice for the job because I know something about you. Yeah, what's that? I know that you're in a bad spot, and I know that you're going to need all the help you can get if you want to claw your way back out of it. As it happens, I can supply some of that help in the form of cutting-edge biotech. Very helpful stuff for a runner in a bind, but before I can do that, I'll need you to do a job. And I'm listening. Good, so let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? Back before I emigrated here from my native Spain, I worked in partnership with Berlin-based R&D lab. The biotech that they were developing was very hush-hush, very cutting edge. Our arrangement was that I would bankroll their research and that they, in turn, would provide me with unique merchandise I could sell at my clinic. Go on. About 2 years ago, things went sour. My name was slandered, and the fickle mistress that is public perception turned against me. An ugly business, I assure you, but even talking about my fall from grace makes my stomach churn. The injustice of it all is too much to bear. I'm sure it is. I came here to Berlin to escape all of that, but I also came here to be closer to the lab that I'd funded and the merchandise that I am owed. So let me guess, you want me to go fetch your merchandise? Yes, and to find out what happened to the lab itself. The facility is locked down, you see, nearly impenetrable. I have no idea why. As I was packing to move to Berlin, as all was well. 16 hours later, I arrived to discover the building locked tight with my merchandise inside. The Turk called Tug has been running surveillance on the site since I set up shop here. In that time, no one has entered and no one has left. Whatever went wrong in there, it must have killed the research team. I want you to find a way into the building, recover the cyber tech that they were developing, and find out what happened to the researchers in that order. Surprised it hasn't been gobbled up. Don't be. Back when I was a wealthy man, before my legal troubles, I paid the lease for a decade in advance. And before you say anything, yes, it was a huge expense. But what's locked away inside of that lab is worth 10 times what I've spent on it. I don't want anyone laying claim to it but me. It's been sitting in this building for 2 years. Why didn't you approach Monica about this? Who says that I didn't? I had a, let's say, tumultuous relationship with your dear departed Monica. We had our ups and downs, you see. And on this subject, she was most certainly down. That was her choice, and I'm hoping you'll be savvy enough to not make the same mistake. All right, let's talk compensation. What's in this for me? I can't afford to pay you a new yen, and that's your own fault, by the way. You shut off a good chunk of my revenue when you pulled the stunt down in the sewers. But what I can do is give you first crack at any biotech you recover from the site and make it available to you at a discount. This is top of the line ware that we're talking about, mind you, better than anything else I've got in stock. And because it's biotech, its essence loss from implanting will be minimal. It's a good deal. Win-win for you, really. So what's it going to be? Will you take the job or not? All right, sure, why not? Excellent. The facility that you're looking for is the former laboratory of Sutherland Bioscience. Take the U-Bahn to the Aidenauer plots, and you're sure to find it. Best of luck. Not yet. Working on it. Cyberware. Bone lacing. Cyber arms. Cyber legs. Eye data check. Okay, it's time for a break. Let's go ahead and run a break while we hope that this the right thing fixes. We'll be back in a moment. All right. Your Necrometer, and the late Monica Schaefer's replacement. He looks you up and down the nods. Good, you look the part. Let me get right to business. My organization would like to retain your services for the indefinite future, but first, we're going to ask you to go on a trial run, an audition of sorts to prove you're the right man for the job. Assuming that you complete this trial to our satisfaction, we will then offer you a variety of simple tasks. All of these should be achievable in the course of your everyday business. You only need to go out of your way to expose yourself to much unnecessary risk. For each task that you complete, you will be rewarded handsomely, and there will be a bonus if you finish them all. What does this audition pay? We can offer you 1,500 new yen, but only if you complete the full audition. The run and the post-run interview to our satisfaction. If you fail to perform up to our expectations, you will receive no pay and no further offers of work. That isn't much. It's an audition. The purpose of this trial is for you to prove your worth to us, not the other way around. Of course, you're free to decline if you wish, but know that there are hundreds of runners in Berlin who would kill for the opportunity to work with us. We came to you because we think that we see a glimmer of potential if you prove us wrong. We will happily take our offer elsewhere. Who do you work for? How did you know where to find me? My organization knows everything worth knowing in Germany, including this small pond that is Berlin. It is in our best interest, however, to remain unknown to the world at large. For the time being, that is all you need to know. I got enough on my plate. As you come to your senses, you know where to find me. As you press your way forward through the cozy smoke-filled confines of Cafe Sesvi, you catch a sight of Frau Mueller. She appears as Amsel described her, an impressive-looking woman of Aztlaner descent with coffee-colored skin and dark wavy hair. Everything about her screams corporate executive, from her expensive-looking suit to her tastefully understated makeup. She's obviously nervous, but she's hiding it well. She locks eyes with you and hesitates only slightly before speaking. Necrometer, I presume? Herr Amsel told me that I could meet you here. He wasn't lying. He said that you had a job for me. She holds her silence for a moment, then nods. Yes, I do. In truth, I'm in desperate need of your help. Then tell me what you need from Mueller. She offers you a smile. An assumed name, obviously, but I have been told that this is how you people do business. She straightens in her seat and tries on a smile that hangs there for a second and fades away. She sighs. From my accent, you've no doubt inferred that I'm an Estlander. Further, you may have guessed who I work for. As technology, I'm the only Estland-based corporation operating in Germany. I've been with the company for over a decade. Over the course of my employment, I've worked on a great many projects, from the innocuous to the obscene. My hands have touched it all. Never once did I question the wisdom of our research. Never once did I consider blowing the whistle on my employers. I kept my nose down, worked hard, and excelled at the tasks before me. They must love you there. No more than any other employee, but my commitment and work ethic were recognized, and I ascended the corporate ladder fairly quickly, which brings me to where I am today. Last month, I was transferred from my home in Tenochtitlan, where they told me that an employee of my caliber was needed in Berlin, and that I would be working on a project with wide-reaching applications. The only other detail I got that I was given was the name of the project, Bloodline. That doesn't sound good. She looks you in the eye, and for the first time, you can see the cracks in her composure. She's doing a good job of hiding it, but deep down, this woman is terrified. I've seen many terrible things in my life, Necrometer. In Tenochtitlan, blood magic is commonplace. Take a moment to imagine what that means. In the underground markets, people are bought and sold as chattel? Cattle, probably. Street children are rounded up and bled like lambs. I witnessed all of these things by the age of 12. She takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. Seeing such things, it changes you, makes you numb. But what I found when I arrived here was worse. This project, it horrifies me, Necrometer, and it must be stopped. Tell me everything you know. She shakes her head. The less you know, the better, for both of us. You'll just have to trust me on that. What you only need to know that it is evil, and that it is not a word, and that is not a word I use lightly. If you won't tell me what this bloodline is, how do you expect it to stop? Simple. She leans in and looks you in the eye. I want you to bring the building down. The computers, the research data, the mages and scientists that are working to bring about this abomination. I want all of them burned to ash and buried in rubble. No compromises and no exceptions. Her tone softens. I'm sure that you have unanswered questions. I'm not in the habit of dealing with Shadowrunners. In truth, I've spent the majority of my career living in fear of you people. But I do know that you're the only ones who can get this done. So tell me, Necrometer, is there anything more that you need to hear from me? Paul my representative in these matters. Why didn't you tell all this to him? I had to meet you in person, to look you in the eyes and see the man behind the name. Now that I have done so, I am sure you are the one that I need. Naturally, I will send any further information about the job there. I'm so provided, of course, that you accept. What about people in the building? None of us are innocent, Necrometer, but if you need to salve your conscience, rest assured that at the hour of your approach, the only personnel authorized to be on site will be security and senior members of the research team. And I assure you, neither are innocent in this matter. If the Bloodline project reaches completion, nobody will be safe ever again. This sounds like a hyperbole, I know, but it isn't. The Bloodline project will lead to countless deaths. I'm certain enough of this to hire you, despite the fact that doing so will probably cost me my own life. I'm not a demolitions expert from Mueller. How do you expect me to level a building? You don't need to be. You just need to be a competent decker, which I'm told you are. The facility is powered by a number of on-site generators. There are safeguards in place to prevent them from overloading. In the event of a power spike, the system is designed to shut itself down, but I know how you can disable those safeguards. Once the generators begin to overload, you'll have a limited time to reach a safe distance. The explosion will be quite catastrophic. What can you tell me about security? I expect it to be tight. In addition to their standard security team, AS Technology has taken out a knight-errant high-threat response team contract to protect the building. Corporate doesn't seem to mind contracting a competitor for emergency response services. That should give you some indication as to the uniqueness of this project. At any rate, I believe I've come up with a solution to the knight-errant problem. I'll discuss the matter with your heir Amsel if you decide to take the job. Talk compensation. 36,000 yen, as I told your heir Amsel. That's what I allocated for the job. That's fair. It's better than fair. I've done my homework. Reached a decision. Yes, and? Yeah, I'll take the job. Her face visibly brightens. In that case, it's a deal. I can't tell you how relieved I am. Thank you for helping me bring this nightmare to an end. I will iron out the remaining details with your heir Amsel. He'll want to talk this over with you anyway, I'm sure. You're a good man, Necrometer. You're saving more lives than you know. Um, Chat about it. Shadowrun. I accepted the job. Any idea how to tackle this? Yes, a few. Frau Mueller has provided us with detailed information on the facility. I've edited the information and it seems to hold up. Based on this intel, I've formulated what I believe will be an effective strategy to bring down. According to Mueller's intel, the facility is extraordinarily well guarded. Whatever this bloodline project is, the Azis have spared no expense to defend it. The facility is patrolled by Az Technology's internal security personnel. On their own, they would pose a challenge, but I don't doubt that you could brute force your way through. Unfortunately, they will not be on their own, as technology has purchased one of Knight Errant's more expensive security contracts as an additional line of defense. That's not so good. No, it is not. Knight Errant is too dangerous to take on directly, but if we were to compromise their comm links, we could at least partially mitigate this danger. I've pulled some strings with an old contact of mine, and he's provided me with the address of a small software developer, OTK International. They write the firmware updates for Knight Errant's comm systems, and their defenses should be considerably weaker than Az Technology's. My contact has information that OTK stores an off-site hard copy of every firmware update it develops for data security purposes. My suggestion is this: you hit the offices of OTK International and reduce their computers to slag. In the interim, I will have the hard copy of their next update replaced with a compromised version. When OTK's next update goes live, our compromised version will be pushed out to Knight Errant. When you hit the Az Technology facility, I'll be able to track Knight Errant via their comm links. This should make the run much more manageable. He fishes in his pocket for something. A moment later, he produces a corporate ID with your face on it. This will get you through the front door of the office park that contains OTK International. My contact was only able to provide me with the one card, so you'll need to let the rest of your team in through a side door. All right, sounds like a plan. Very good. OTK's offices aren't far from here. You should take the U-Bahn when you're ready. We'll go do the Mark 6 run. Oh yeah, we're like halfway through this game now. Actually, we'll do Blitz's run. Dragon Kip. It'd be high up on anyone's list of places to avoid, but that's where you're headed. If you're going there alone this time. Last time you saw Blitz, he was carting his portable terminal over to Cafe Kisve, presumably so that he could use his decking in the most comfortable environment possible. Like anything else related to Dragon Kip, the U-Bahn train that services it is in poor repair. The car that you're riding in stinks like a chemical toilet on a hot day. On the floor near the doorway, you catch sight of a trampled lump of tattered fur. The longer you stare at it, the more convinced you become that you're looking at the remains of a long-dead squirrel. The train rumbles to a stop and the doors slide open. Time to get this over with. Stepping out of the U-Bahn tunnel, you once again find yourself in the squalid alleys of Dragon Kip. The place is a pit. Piles of waste, human and otherwise, litter the streets. The gutted husks of commercial buildings stand hollow and empty all around you. Your comlink crackles to life, and you can hear the distant sound of Cafe Casvi, merriment, laughter, the clinks of silverware on china. Blitz's voice cuts in a second later. Hey, Chief, ready to do this thing? Yeah. Say, Blitz, I've got a question for you. Yeah? You hear a slurping sound of presumably Blitz taking a sip of steaming hot soy calf. The only steam that you can see out here is your own breath condensing in the frigid night air. What's up? What's up? How did I let you talk me into coming back to this hellhole? There is a long pause before he responds. Well, you recognize the fact that I needed your help, and then you volunteered because you're a good leader? You owe me for this, man. Yeah, Chief. Yeah, I do. Plain-looking man in a fancy suit taps away at his PDA. He's an older guy, probably in his late 50s, in the filth-strewn streets of Drug Kip. He stands out like a sore thumb. At the sound of your approach, he stops what he's doing and he shifts his gaze to you. Necrometer, right? Who the hell are you? My name is Hasenkamp. I'm Mr. Grinder's accountant. What a remarkable coincidence. Hasenkamp nods. His expression is deadpan. Mr. Grinder sent me to ensure that the money transfer goes according to plan. When you enter the building, I'm going with you. The more the merrier, I guess. Really? No arguments? Not even a veiled threat? He blinks. I have to admit, I wasn't expecting this to go so smoothly. We're here to get Blitz back in Grinder's good graces. If he wants you to be here, who am I to? You're an extra set. If things go south, every shot that security takes at you is one they won't be taking at me. You're an extra set of eyes and a gun. You aren't asking me to pay you. That's good enough for me. He nods appreciatively. Pragmatic. I like that. And I have to admit, Necrometer, this is a pleasant surprise. You Shadowrunners have a reputation. Amateurish, headstrong, not willing to listen to reason. Blitz's voice crackles in over your comm like, what the hell is this? Grinder didn't say anything about his accountant tagging along. Case in point. Hello, Blitz. Answer the question, man. If Grinder wanted you here, why didn't he say so up front? Mr. Grinder doesn't... Hasenkamp's lip curls into a wry grin. Mr. Grinder doesn't have to explain himself to you. You're in his pocket, remember? If you want back out of it, you'll do what he says. Out of curiosity, how did Meat Grinder even know that I'd be here? Your pal Blitz. He sent Mr. Grinder a message with a complete breakdown of your plan about an hour ago, huh? He did, huh? It calmly crackles life. Well, of course I did, Chief. How could I be sure that this would get me off the hook if I didn't ask? And so to find out, you let a homicidal loan shark know exactly when and where to find me. Well, that's not exactly how I'd put it, but yeah, I guess. There's an awkward pause. In my own defense, I didn't expect them to send his accountant to shadow you, though. That's a new one on me. I hate to interrupt, but if you two are finished, I'd like to get this show on the road. He glances at his wristwatch. I want to get back home before my grandkids go to bed. You have grandkids? He shrugs. My daughter married young. You've got a problem with that? Of course not. I was just curious. If your curiosity is assuaged, I'd suggest that you tell your pal to work his magic. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get out of this hellhole. You hear the man, Blitz. Get that door open so we can get this thing done. You got it, Chief. His voice is eager. Heading inside. This won't take 5 seconds. Gatekeeper Ice. Gatekeeper Ice program stands impassively, waiting to challenge all comers. Visitor identity unknown. Please present security code string. Let's see. Override security access. Root command. Trap door. There's a brief pause, and the ice flashes twice. Access granted. Yeah, that's what I. Piece of watcher ice turns, flashing angrily. A rapid-fire sequence of lights pulse out a warning. Keep away. Check on my credentials with your friend back there. Go on, I can wait. A moment later, the watcher ice flickers apologetically. Secondary security verification approved. Super user status verified. Great. How may I help you today? Just step aside, pal. I'm in a rush. Program obediently moves aside. Proceed and have a pleasant day. Don't mind if I do. And that should do it, Chief. You're good to head on inside. The main server should be just ahead. A shocking display of competence from the red-haired disaster. That's what Mr. Grinder calls your pal, by the way. He's got a rep around these parts. For some strange reason, all of his friends keep dying. Now listen to this asshole, Chief. He shouldn't even be here. He wouldn't be here if you hadn't spilled the beans to me, Grinder. Unfortunately for all of us, me especially, I am here. So let's just get this finished, and then we can all get back to disliking each other on our own time. Fine by me. Anything else that we need to know, Blitz? Yeah, I've hit this first firewall in here. Or I've hit the first firewall in here. I'll need you to get in and there and install that bypass for me. Got it. We'll go find the terminal. Top drawer of the desk is packed full of slender plastic rods, crud sticks. Hundreds of them. Grab a handful of crud sticks. You stick your hand into the drawer of loose crud sticks and fish out a fistful. Plastic is slick and pleasant to the touch. As you withdraw your hand from the desk, how's it come? Chuckles. They're all blank. You don't think that Landenberg ring would leave them in an unlocked drawer if they had money on them, do you? Yeah, that follows. Hey, hang on. It couldn't hurt to... Says the man who's sitting in the nice, cozy soy calf shop. I'd say that invalidates your opinion about what could and couldn't hurt. Come on, Necrometer. Let's quit wasting time and find that... Desk is catastrophically messy. Candy wrappers litter its work surface from... And the bottom drawer is a jar. Search the desk. You about through over here? Hang on a second. I want to check this out. I'm not sure that we're on the same page here, so we should probably hash this out now to save ourselves some time. You're here to fetch money that your friend owes Mr. Grinder. That means that we aren't here to ransack desks or steal office supplies. So what you're doing right now could accurately be described as a waste of time. This isn't going to take long, don't worry. I'm not worried, I'm irritated, but fine, whatever. Do your thing. Just do it fast, okay? You got it. Rummaging through the desk, you find an old-fashioned binder stuffed with cheap paper. Leafing through the pages, you discover what appears to be a business plan. Apparently, the Landenberg ring is in the process of opening a string of payday loan centers across Dragonfall. Hey, Hassenkamp, what does Grinder think about this? Isn't money lending his... Yeah, these Landenberg pricks have been a tick on his ass for years now, sucking away at the revenue that should be lining his pockets. Bad business all around. Thankfully, we're going to recover at least a little of that cash tonight. Speaking of which, just a second, I'm almost done. At the back of the binder, you find a note scrawled on a slip of scrap paper. Plots. I have real and pressing concerns about the silent partner you've brought on for the loan center scheme. We don't need him. I keep saying it, but nobody will listen. Call me. Any idea who this Plots guy is, Hassenkamp? Miserable son of a bitch. I had to share an office with that man for... He cuts himself short. Never mind. You don't. Blitz whispers through your comm like, plot thickens. Garbage can hasn't been emptied in a while. When you lift the lid, you find the bin is full to overflowing with crumpled paper and disused office stationery. Oh, for Christ's sake, here we go again. Calm down, man. This is all part of my job. Part of the job. This is ridiculous. You're on a run with a deadline and you're rooting around in a trash can. Happens more often than you'd expect. The longer we argue about this, the longer it's going to take. He steps back, an exasperated expression on his face. All right, fine, do your thing, but make it quick. Most of the waste here comes in the form of old bank statements. Apparently somebody in the Landenberg ring has been using the backs of the statements as scratch paper. The third handful of trash you liberate for the bin contains a note that catches your eye. Let's go, John. Bergfalk. A. Where did you score that stuff, man? That juice that you were passing around? That stuff was unreal. I'm serious, man. I haven't been that high since grad school. When you get your hands on more, you let me know. What do you make of this? Let's see. Apparently, a man named A scored some juice, and it was really unreal stuff. So what do I make of it? A couple of things. One, the Landenberg ring has some real fuck-ups on its payroll, and two, you're wasting our time. Of the two, I'm more upset about the second because it involves you keeping me here in this cesspool longer than I need to be. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Blitz whispers to you via your comm like, ask a silly question. The desk is an oasis of order amidst the chaos of the rest of the building. The papers and chips are stacked neatly or filed by name and date. There's even an old-fashioned coffee mug filled with a random assortment of graphite pencils and ink pens. Austin Comp raises an eyebrow. Huh, this desk is actually organized. Must belong to somebody in management. My thoughts exactly. He glances at the chronometer on his PDA. Time's wasting. Let's get moving. Hang on, there might be something important here. Let's have a quick look. Hey, Bumrush, how you doing? Fine, whatever, just make it quick. Check the stacks of paper. You appear to have discovered a compilation of financial reports. Each report details the fiscal health of the small corporation. Taken as a whole, they paint a picture of the small business across the whole of Germany. Each corp in the pile seems to have an interesting, innovative project underway. Unfortunately, all are also in dire financial straits.
Spent an hour on the couch napping with Malty.
Nice. Unfortunately, all are also in dire financial straits, and at least half of them are teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Is this run a waste of time? Despite the corporation's impending insolvency, the file suggests buying heavily into all of them. Apparently, the Landenberg ring's sources have led them to believe that all these corporations are on the verge of being acquired by a single megacorp. The file doesn't say which one. The financial crime ring is involved in insider trading. Shocking. Now can we please move on? Most of the drawers are neatly stocked with stationery. There's nothing interesting turns up until the topmost drawers. Damn it. Done. You sure? Maybe there are some nice binder clips in there for you to play with, or a staple remover for you to steal.
And I'm gonna make a hot chocolate. Someone brought Trader Joe's treats for the Secret Santa last night and I scored some.
Nice. Large enough for a drone to fit through. Leave it. Man, I don't like this at all. This is annoying. I can't get anywhere. Let's get what I'm looking for. Is there a password?
I wish we had Trader Joe's here.
Bypass the password. Password 123456 accepted. We're dealing with a winner here. Terminal name menu, search the computer. Cursory inspection shows you that this computer has primarily been used to access a host of illicit matrix sites. While there is a full suite of office productivity software installed on the machine, it hasn't been opened in months. While the Landenberg Ring really needs to start keeping a closer eye on its employees, I'm not surprised. It's only a matter of time before Plotz runs this place to the ground. You heard that name? I've heard that name before. Who is he? Jürgen Plotz. He's the leader of the Landenberg Ring. I had to share an office with that miserable son of a bitch for 5 years before we went our separate ways. He's the greediest, most narcissistic piece of work that I've ever met, and I work for a loan shark. I'd imagine he's not a huge fan of yours either. No, he's not. Anyway, in the end, it doesn't matter. Mr. Grinder will get paid, and Plotz is going to write the check. Works for me. Let's keep moving. We have Trader Joe's here. I don't really feel like it's anything too special. What's the key code? Door unlocks with a solid bunk. Who the hell are you?
I mean, it's not the most amazing store in the world the couple of times I've been in one, but they always seem to have fun and new things to try, and they aren't stupid pricey, so it's a win to me.
That is true. It is actually a good place to find some things that maybe you hadn't thought of before. Every time I get snacks from there, with the exception of a couple that I've tried, they're usually very bland, which is weird. It's like none of the stuff is seasoned well. So the console has been locked. Peering around behind the terminal, you find an absolute rat's nest of tangled cables running between it and the servers. Blitz, there's an awful lot of cables back here. Got a Blitz, you should be good to patch in. There's a brief pause. Yep, it's all looking good on my end. Nicely done, Chief. Thanks. I'll get us into that vault. I'm on it. Oh, Blitz.
I got a caramel taster box, some dark chocolate, a hot chocolate bear, some dried mango, and some PB cups that I'm pawning off on my sister.
Peanut butter cups. Right, you have a peanut allergy, huh?
Yes.
Hey, Chief, I found something here you might want to have a look at. What is it? Looks like a sort of persona non grata list for Landenberg Ring.
I don't like comments from the peanut gallery Lamau.
Everyone on here is listed as a shoot on site. There's a lot of names here, lots of personal information too. Known associates, credit history, holopics, that kind of thing. All right, so what's interesting about that? Well, there are 3 names on this list that I recognize. One of them was mine, naturally, the Landenbergs. and the Schwarzherzen never did get along. Another is Hasenkamps. He scoffs. I'm not surprised. The bastards would love, just love my head on a plate. And Chief, the other one is yours. I got a whole dossier on you. No idea where they got it from or why, but they have it. I'd never even heard of these bastards before tonight, so how the hell do they know about me? No idea. It looks like a new file. It was just uploaded about 20 minutes ago. Hang on a second. There's an attachment. I'll send it to you. Blitz's voice falls silent. A few seconds later, a brief message appears on the screen of your PDA. Plots. Here's the intel on those unwanted guests that I warned you about. They're coming tonight. Take appropriate precautions. Another message for plots. I'm not surprised. He tried to micromanage everything when we worked together.
They're normal brownies with espresso powder and a caramel citrus swirl. They taste like a chocolate orange.
Sounds delicious. That really does sound good. He tried to micromanage everything when we worked together. Everything had to be exactly how he wanted it all of the time. Can't imagine how that's changed to now. Well, that was very enlightening. Want me to delete the files, Chief? Please. A few seconds later, pass. Done and done. No need to worry about that. That's very reassuring. Thanks, Blitz. An activation bit. Time to go find a socket to plug it into. But I can't get out of here. All right, you're clear into the secured area. Keep your eyes open, Chief. That there's a tiny chance that you might bump into some physical security from here on out. Other than the crazy guy in the server room, you mean? Yeah, other than him. You said there wouldn't be any security in this building. How's it come? Look, sounds tired. Easy in, easy out, no security. That's what you told Mr. Grinder. Those were your exact words. Yeah, well, the situation has changed a bit. Look, I'm not saying that you will hit security. I'm just saying you might. So just keep your eyes open and lower the next firewall, okay? We'll keep our eyes peeled. Looks like the terminal Blitz was telling you about. Disengage the second firewall. Button depresses with a meaty thunk. That's done, Chief. The final firewall just went down. I should be clear to access the secure node now. Get to it then. Done and done. This will be easy as pie. You wait and see. That's all fine and good, but be quick about it. There were some guards in the other room, and I don't want to be here if they decide to come exploring. Yeah, I'm on it. You two cool your jets. I'll let you know as soon as the vault door is open. Oh, I could have just opened it. Okay. Hey, Chief, I just cracked the security door somewhere in your area. Might be worth checking out. Will you please tell him to concentrate on the job? All right, Blitz, we'll look into it. Great. Unlock the vault door. There's a telltale crackle of static from your comlink. Blitz's voice fills your ear. His tone is impossibly smug. All right, Chief, that should do it. The vault's open, and I'm suppressing the alarm. Easy as pie, just like I said. Yes, we're all very impressed. Now let's get this show on the road, shall we? Let's do it. What was that? Don't fall. Don't fall, buddy. You're falling. Okay, bye. Good boy. He was sliding out of my lap and he was just staring at me. Oh. As you approach the terminal, Hassenkamp steps forward. I'll handle the transfer from here, thank you. I don't think so, Chuckles. I don't trust you. Well, unfortunately for you, Mr. Grinder does trust me. That's why I'm here. Now, if you want Blitz off his hit list, you'll step aside. Fine, go ahead, but I'm watching you. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Hassenkamp's fingers dance over the terminal's keypad. A progress bar winks into the screen and rapidly climbs towards 100%. Very good. Only one more thing that needs doing, and then we can get out of here. Wait a second. You said that we were here to do the money transfer and nothing else. You can't go back on that now. Our money transfer took care of Blitz's debt to Mr. Grinder. Consider this the interest. Hey, whoa, hold up. I don't owe any interest. Grinder didn't say anything about interest. If you're grabbing things out of safe deposit boxes, we want a cut. Comp ignores him. Just wait here. Comp walks to a nearby safe, taps a code into the keypad, the door swings open, he reaches inside and pulls out a small plastic box, then taps the activator on his comlink. Yes, Mr. Grinder, the package is secure. That's right, I'm holding it right now. I'll have it in your hands within the next 15 minutes. Your comlink crackles and Blitz whispers into your ear. This is bullshit, Chief. By all rights, that box should be ours. This was our run. I'm with you, but what do you want me to do? Steal it from him? He's grailing. No, if Meat Grinder wants it, he won't let go of it without a fight. He sighs. And if we fight him for it, Grinder takes my thumbs off. Damn it. Blitz falls into a disgruntled silence. You can hear the soft murmur of Comp speaking into his comlink from across the room. Finally, he taps the power button and deactivates the device. All right, the deal's done. Now let's get out. Upon approaching the vault door, two things become immediately apparent. One, when you stepped into the vault, the door sealed and latched behind you. And two, there's no obvious way to open it from where you're standing. Hey, Blitz, open the door. Huh? What do you mean, Chief? The vault door, idiot. There's no way to open it from here. You did account for that, didn't you? There's a long pause. Oops. Oops? I think I might have missed that detail when I planned this run through. Let me get this straight, Blitz. You planned how to get us into the vault in excruciating detail, but you didn't plan on how to get us out of it again? Easy there, Chief. Just cool your jets and let me get to work on this. I'll figure something out. Don't you worry. Comp rubs his temples with free hand. The other cradles a plastic box like a piece of fine china. I knew that something like this was going to happen when Mr. Grinder told me who I'd be checking up on. I just knew it. We all make mistakes. What's important is how we handle them. Right, Blitz? Right, Chief. And boy, am I going to handle this one. Just you wait and see. Just give me 2 seconds and I'll have you out of there. 1, 2. There's a long pause. Finally, Blitz speaks again. His voice is strained. All right, Chief, I think I can see how to get you out of there. You give me the go-ahead and I'm going to try something, but there's a catch. I hesitate to ask. Well, right now I'm keeping 4 different alarms from triggering. No big deal. I can handle it. I won't lie. Opening that door is going to be tough. It'll take concentration. And I don't think I can keep all 4 alarms locked down while I do it. So you're telling us that in order to open the door, you're going to have to set off the alarm. Do I have that right? Well, technically, you set off the alarm when you stepped into the vault, and all I'm doing is keeping the signals locked down so they can't get out. And I might be able to release the lock fast enough to catch the alarms before they sound, but I can't guarantee it. How reassuring. Don't worry, Blitz, I've got this. Door slides open with a hiss, no alarm sound. Well, yeah, that works too. Why didn't you just do that in the first place? Because we like pissing you off. You hear the loud thunking, a heavy-duty maglock clicking shut. The little light above the exit door goes from green to red. Blitz, I'm detecting a pattern here. Yeah, Chief, I'm getting right on it. What a goddamn trick. There's another long pause, the tension mounts, then your comlink crackles to life again. Okay, Chief, I figured out how to get you out of there. You're going to have to release a couple of locks. You can find the controls in the rooms to the north and south of your current position, but in order to get to those locks, I'm going to have to hold the doors open for you. To hell with that, I'm just going to force it to work. Doors on my end. Hey, if you want to do it that way, don't let me stop you. We could probably even do it together. You tackle one door and I'll take the other. What about me? When I've opened my door, I'll need you to run in and release the lock, then get back out. Once we've released both locks, you need to get out of there as quickly as possible. I'll lock the place down behind you. He glances down at the plastic box in his arm, then nods. I can do that. She'll take one door and I'll take the other. Haas and Comp will run interference. Got it. That's right. Once we've released both locks, you need to get out of there as quickly as possible. I'll lock the place down behind you. Oh, and Chief, you're about to have some more company. He readies his weapon. Wonderful. Whoops. All right, Chief, I've reached the door controls, ready to force it open on your mark. Not yet, Blitz. Hold tight until I tell you different. Damn. Okay, we're back. I had to reload. Yeah. stop trying to go for my food, dude? Oh, shit. I want to go this way. Uh, hmm. We're gonna just nope on out of there. So, Chief, bail on out of there. Once you've both made it to the next room, I'll lock the door behind you. That should buy you a few seconds at least. We're on it. There's a loud burst of static on from your comlink. That takes care of that. All locked up tight, and you should be clear to make your exit. Thank God for that. I hate to admit it, Blitz, but you did get back there. Hey, thanks, House and Comp. Yeah, you too. Now, you two ready to get out of there? We don't have to ask. All right, let's see what we can do about that. There's a long pause, and Blitz's voice crackles out of your PDA speakers. Hey, head for the front door this time, though, not the alley. Well, just go with me on this, Chief. The door that you came in through is no good. You want to go out through the front. There's a terminal that I'll need you to access. One more button to press. Do that, and we're home free. Front door it is. Good. And make sure that hustle comes with you. Gotta make sure that box makes it to Grinder. Mm-hmm. This must be the terminal that Blitz wanted you to use. Its screen is badly scratched and the casing is cracked, but the design tells you that it was originally part of the bank's security system. Come on, let's get this show on the road. We're almost out of this godforsaken place. Well, you're half right. Necrometer is almost out of this place. You, on the other hand, won't ever leave this building, son of a bitch. Blitz, what the hell? Shut up and listen, Chief. Hasenkamp is planning on screwing you. I had a bot digging up intel on the man ever since you stepped into that building together. And let me tell you, he is not trustworthy. Hasenkamp sneers. Says the man who ratted out his own gang. Hell with this, I'm leaving. I wouldn't if I were you. Necrometer there can kill you with the press of a button. I can. Well, more accurately, he can give me control of the auto turrets with the press of a button, and I can kill you. Hasenkamp stops, looks you in the eye. But he wouldn't do that, would he? That all depends on what Blitz has to tell me. Get this, Chief. That son of a bitch isn't really an accountant. He's an assassin. And Grinder's second in command to me. Making people disappear is his job, Necrometer. No way Grinder would have sent him if he intended to let you walk out of there alive. The true Hasenkamp? The bit about my place in Mr. Grinder's organization? Sure. The part about me killing you? No. I intend to walk out that door, give the box to Mr. Grinder, and go home to my family, like I said. Why lie? Why tell me you're an accountant? It wasn't a lie. I am an accountant, and I'm here in that capacity at Mr. Grinder's request. An edge of irritation creeps into his voice. People can be more than one thing, you know. Don't let him sweet talk you, Chief. Push that button and let me blow him away. Necrometer, listen to me. Your pal is a thief and a killer and a rat. You push that button and I'll die, sure. But Mr. Grinder is waiting for me and he's waiting for this box. And you don't want the kind of trouble that's going to come your way if I don't. Get it to him. By all rights, that box should be ours, Chief. This was our run. Grinder can't have the money and that box. That's just unfair. See what I mean? That's what this is all about. He wants the box. He doesn't even know what it is, but he's willing to kill an old man for it. How is that not sending up red flags for you? I'm telling you, I work for a loan shark and I wouldn't feel safe around this guy. I won't kill a man just cause. And Blitz hasn't convinced me. That's a mistake, Chief. I mean, seriously. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. He turns to leave. Oh, and good call, Necrometer. You just saved yourself a world of hurt. Get out of here, take the box of grinder, and tell him that Blitz is dead. It's settled. Done and done. As Hassenkamp steps out of the security gate, it slams shut and latches. I told you I wasn't going to kill you. Never said anything about letting you go. Mr. Grinder's orders, you understand. It's nothing personal. And speaking of which, an obese troll lopes into view. His many chins glisten in the halogen glare of the lobby lights. Punctual as always, Hassenkamp. The troll smiles. Nicely done. Grinder. The name comes out in a hushed voice. Blitz sounds terrified. That is Meat Grinder? Blitz has to be the least intimidating troll I've ever seen. Don't underestimate him. Remember the box of thumbs that I got in the mail? I mean, thumbs, Chief. How creepy is that? Doesn't change the fact that he's about to keel over right here in the lobby. Mr. Grinder, I have the box. So you do. His voice is deep and breathy. He sounds distinctly unhealthy. Hand it here. Hassenkamp hands the box to the troll and turns back to glance. Like I said, nothing personal. With his attention focused on you, Hassenkamp doesn't see the pistol that Meat Grinder pulls from his coat. Hey. That takes care of that. You know, I should thank you. You've helped me kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I've got the box and Hassenkamp is gone. Yeah? Oh. I don't get this at all. He was your accountant, wasn't he? Among other things, yeah, and killing him, well, it wasn't my idea, but I found myself a new second in command who didn't like Hassenkamp as much, and, well, the rest is history. Let me guess, plots? Hassenkamp was smart, loyal. Why replace him at all? Well, this new guy, he's a better fit for my organization than Hassenkamp was. On top of that, he's bringing a new revenue stream with him, sort of like a business partnership, like with this guy, my new second. His name is his name is Plots. He runs the building. Your pal Blitz is going to meet him any second. Hey, Grander, speaking of Blitz, there's something else that I think he can give you. Consider it a compound interest on this loan. Raises an eyebrow. And what might, his jowls quivering. Oh, and what might that be? Push the button. About 20 kilos of lead. You hammer the button on the security terminal and the auto turrets rattle to life. In unison, all 4 train on Meat Grinder. Oh. Your comlink crackles. Blitz exhales heavily. 2 things, Chief. Go ahead. First off, I told you so. Yeah, you did. Sorry. Secondly, I think that I can get you out of there, but it's going to take some time. And you've got a bunch more physical security incoming. Thankfully, I still have control of those turrets, so that should make this a piece of... Blitz's voice cuts out and the air fills with distinctive words. 2 of the turrets retrain themselves on you. Blitz? There's another burst of static from your comlink. Blitz's panicked voice shouts into your ear. There's someone in here with me, Chief. He's messing with the turret controls. Hey, get away from that. There's another burst of static and your comlink goes silent. Great. Intruder's avatar shimmers in the cool ambient glow of the bank's matrix. He sneers at Blitz, his hands close into fists. Who the hell are you, man? I could ask the same of you. You're in my banking system, you little bastard. What? My name is Plotz. I run the Landenberg ring. That makes this bank and everything in it mine. That means that your friends are trespassing, and that means that neither of you is going to make it out of here alive. I'm shaking in my boots, man. I mean, seriously, how old are you, by the way? Because you look about 40. The baker's face is overtaken by a menacing smile. It's still spry enough to ruin your day, punk. Your ass is mine. There. You hit him. We're gonna move up there. That didn't go quite how I wanted it to.
Cookie racing happening, just to let you know, Boneson.
Cookie racing? Fine, I'm already entered because I made a donation. Do I have to be present?
Oh, it the viewer race.
Okay.
Donor is just the wheel.
Yeah, I'm fine with setting out the viewer one, because I'm already in running for one entry. I feel give other people better chance of getting something nice. Okay, not enough AP, but I can get up to there. And we can tar him. Missed. Now we have another turret on our side. And then we can hit him for some more damage. Right about there. Well, thanks for looking out, Quee. Boom.
Fair enough.
Yee.
Yes, sir.
Shrimp liches are not scary.
Plots is down. All 4 turrets are back under my control. Good to town, Chief. I've got you covered. Oh, it would just been faster to go for him? Okay. Oh, well. Alright, I'll set up straight. How's your day going, by the way?
I be lurking, was trying to do F2P play but I can do it later so gonna do the gaming.
Just trying to do free to play, but you can do it later, so you're gonna do the gaming. Nice, nice. You. Just trying to spread the damage around. Ow. Bastards. Eek the mage. That one hit the spirit. God. Meat grinders, obliterated corpse lies steaming on the walkway just beyond the security gates. Some of the turret fire must have caught the box that he was carrying. It lays splayed open, its electronic guts spilled on the floor. Bad news, Blitz. The mystery box of yours is no more. Damn. Well, that's okay, Chief. I helped you keep you from eating a bullet, and that's what's most important. Besides which, that Decker had some Dreckpot programs loaded into his rig. I managed to snatch up one of them, too. Looks like a sort of hijacking tool for taking over hostile ice. Yeah, sounds whiz. Oh, and Blitz? Yes, Chief? When I get home, we're having a talk about your plan. Okay. Sounds good. Isaac. Hi. Yeah? Yeah? Really? Hi. Oh, don't be whiny, baby. Don't be whiny, baby. You're being whiny, baby. Yes, you are. No. 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 The ride back to the Cruise Bazaar is a lonely one. The train car smells like a little better than the one you took, then you rode in on. It isn't great, but at least it doesn't have you leave you gagging. Still, things are looking up. You've helped Blitz pull himself out of hot water, and with any luck at all, you'll never have to set foot in Jog and Kip again. After a long, boring trip, the car rattles to a stop, the door slides open, and you're Hi, Chief. Thanks again for the help with the little side run. Really do appreciate it. He offers you a winning smile, but it falls almost immediately. I'm a happy guy. Really, I am. Speaking of which, I'd like to have a word with you about that whole meat grinder fiasco. Yeah, okay, sure. We can talk about it. Do a little post-mortem on the op, that sort of thing. He tries on a smile. For my part, I'd like to say it went great. I mean, mission accomplished, right? All's well that ends well and all that. In the future, we're gonna let Amsel do the planning on things like this. He's good at it. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He's had a lot of experience at planning this sort of thing. He shuffles his feet.
To the crypt.
Thank you for the follow. Doing all right? How are you? One advantage of being an old guy, I guess. So, anyway, is there anything specific that you wanted to go over? He jumps his fingers on the table. Go on, I'm all ears. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Something that you found after you took plants down. Yeah. Have you had a chance to play around with it yet? He nods eagerly. Oh yeah, Chief. It's whiz. I mean, like, really whiz. Old Plots must have been a fair hand at programming because this didn't come off any store shelf. You know, he's pretty savvy for a dinosaur. He was like 45. That's way out of dinosaur age bracket. Yeah, well, whatever. He was old is what I'm saying. Older than I'd expect. But anyway, this software of his is neat. Like, what do you do? Why do you do this, dude? It's sort of like a scrambler for ice. It gets into the assembly code of hostile programs and jumbles it around a bit. Confuses the hell out of them. Got great vibes in here. Uh-huh. It's been going all right. We had a little bit of a bug happen where the turn hung up in the previous combat before the one we were just in. Sounds intriguing. I can't wait to hear all about it. You won't have to. As soon as you bring me along on another run, I'll show you what it can do. He cracks his knuckles with a smile, and believe me, it will be masterful. I do. That you forgot to account for. Was that really an accident? Of course it was, Chief. I'm shocked that you'd even ask. What did you think? That I'd personally strand you in a bank vault? I mean, what kind of asshole would I have to be to do that? Kind who would sell it? If that wasn't a part of your plan, then it was an oversight of epic proportions. You can see how that isn't much better, right? Oh, come on, Chief. Like you've never made a mistake. Look, you can lambast me all you like, aside from that one little detail. The plan was perfect, and I'm proud of my performance in there. It's fair to say that your debt to Grinder has been settled. Any other debts I need to worry about? Nah, nothing worth mentioning, and I mean it this time. We've been making good money, and I've paid off everyone else already. You've got nothing more to worry about. There's a pause, and Blitz looks you in the eye. Oh, and Chief, do you have anything you want to say to me? Maybe a little something about trusting my word over that gang lord stooge? That kind of thing? So I could have trusted you, Blitz, but if you want me to trust you, you need to act a little less sketchy and be more open with me. You can't just give this to me, can you? All right, Chief, if that's the way you want to be, then fine. I'll try to be more open and less sketchy, and you start trusting me. And show me a little respect. Deal? We'll see, Blitz. Well, good. All right, then. So, do you want anything else, or can I get on with my day? All right, Blitz, I'm satisfied. Can we talk about something else? How's the Emily thing going? Any luck with the search? Yeah, actually, I made some headway. First time in a year, I've got a solid lead. I thought I'd looked everywhere between my contacts and myself. We scoured all of M's old haunts, both in Meat Space and the Matrix, but whatever thought to do was dig for clues in my own cybertech. Seems obvious now, but back then I couldn't see it. I mean, she was running from me, right? So why would she leave any breadcrumbs for me to find? Anyway, I did some housekeeping and discovered something on the morning that Emily disappeared. Some information vanished from my cyberdeck as well. She did a good job of covering her tracks, but I can see the signs. She grabbed the file and ran. End of story. What kind of data are we talking about? No idea, Chief. I grabbed it on a lark when me and Emily were goofing around in the Matrix. The file was encrypted all to hell. I can never get it open. I only took the damn thing because she told me not to. She said that security would be too tight and that I'd get myself killed, but I waltzed down in there and took it all the same. You should have seen me, Chief. It was a thing of beauty. I don't think I've ever been as much on my A game as I was that day. Blitz, where did you take this data from? A corporate database. You know, no big deal. Tell me which corporation, Blitz. Oh, you know, no one important. Blitz continues smiling at you for a few seconds, then looks away. I stole the file from technology. A tinge of red crawls into Blitz's cheeks. He shuffles his feet. In hindsight, it might not have been the best of ideas. You think? The other response here, if you don't mess with it, yeah, you don't mess with As technology. Yeah, I guess Emily wasn't too impressed either. Our only really big fight was over that stupid file. Anyway, time passed. Eventually, we made up and laughed the whole thing off, or at least I thought we did, truth be told. I forgot all about it until I realized that data had gone missing. All right, so the love of your life took your encrypted file and bailed on you. What are you going to do about it? I don't know, Chief. The whole incident has me rethinking a lot of things. What if she took the file to protect the Azzies? What if she's with them? I gotta admit, this has me worried, even more torn up now than I was before. He meets your gaze, and you can see the concern gnawing at him. I don't know what to do, but I'm open to suggestions. Yeah, direction I'm looking now. If I were you, I would, who am I kidding? You're right. I won't be able to stop thinking about this until I found her, so I might as well keep trying. Thanks, Chief. You've been a huge help. Best of luck. Let me know how it turns out. I will, Chief. I will. Third DVD. We never did look into this one. Play goes blank for a moment, then the face of Green Winters winks onto the screen. Timestamp video reads. Oh, we should actually run a break too. Reads 2042, 5th of August. I was thinking about Adrian today, not as he was when he disappeared, not as fabled Dragon Slayer, as the big-time CEO of Deal Defense. I was thinking about when we were kids. Well, I was always more of a kid than he was, of course. He's 15 years older than me. In a way, he was more like a parent than a brother. Winters pauses. His gaze drops to an invisible point on the table in front of him. So I was thinking about this time when we were on a holiday. Our parents took us out to the island of Pole and enjoy the beach. Must have been about 5 years old. Adrian was 20. It'd be his last family vacation with us. A year later, he'd begin his meteoric rise to fame and fortune. But on this trip, he was my brother. And when I fell out of the little paddle boat that our parents rented and started sinking fast into the Baltic, he was the one who dove in to rescue. You saved my life that day, Adrian. I'll love you forever for that. And I will find you. That much. All right, we're going to take a quick break before I read any more of these, but we will get through the rest of these and hopefully start at least one more run before we have to call it. Be right back. All right. Display goes blank for a moment, then the face of Green Winters winks onto the screen. Found an old news article that mentions Adrian from way back in 2036. It was printed in a financial magazine called Das Finanzwesen. One of those one of those chic print-based mags that they produced for the retro crowd. There aren't any clues in here, but it's good to see someone else acknowledge its existence. He clicks an off-screen button and the image of Winters disappears. It is replaced by a digital scan of a magazine page. SK stock suffers in post-buyout brain drain. November 12th, 2039. In the aftermath of the Dragonfall's hostile takeover, Seder Krupp, Schwerindustrie Gesellschaft. I don't even know how. That is insane to pronounce for a non-German speaker. SKI. And a continuing brain drain of high-level executives is causing ongoing worry among company shareholders. The company's stock took a major hit when Lofware deposed former CEO Wilhelmina Graf Benoit last August. 3 months later, long-held power positions within the SKI empire continue to empty as the dragon consolidates his power base. The most recent casualties of Lofware's takeover include Alexandra Kobayashi, former COO of Seder Munitions, Matthaus Donner, former treasurer of Ruhr Datafacts, and Werner Harding, former CEO of Dial Defense. Harding stepped into the role to replace Dr. Adrian Valclair, who disappeared under mysterious circumstances 2 years ago. Winters' face winks back onto the screen. So there you have it. That's what they had to say about Adrian a mere 2 years after his disappearance. My brother. The footnote. While the track does load, it's clearly corrupted. The screen fills with meaningless streams of text. Meaningless streams of text. Fills with text. 2034, 09, 10. September 10th. Dr. Valclair, it is my sad duty to inform you that by unanimous vote of the Sixrat, your position as CEO of Dial Defense will be terminated at the end of this calendar month. Your continued misallocation of company funds to pursue personal agendas cannot and will not be tolerated any longer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. The supervisory board is not unsympathetic to your mental state, and the trauma you endured during your pursuit of the dragon Fearswing must have been enormous. But your continuing obsession with the dragon, the dead dragon I might add, has proven a negative influence on this company and an unjustified drain on company resources. The board wishes you all the best in your future endeavors. We have prepared a generous severance package to assist you in this time of transition. If there is anything more that we can do to help you, please don't hesitate to ask. Werner Harding. Disc spins down and you find yourself sitting at the main menu. Eject the DVD and power the DVD down and walk away. I got nothing more to say, boss. Okay. Instead, Thorvald. Hey there, pal. After I run in, I decided to do a little digging and came up with your address. Hope you don't mind that I'm writing you, but I thought that we should keep in touch. Anyway, I went on this run the other day and I've just been dying to share the story with someone. You understand me, so I thought that someone might as well be you. So this run was a solo job, right? Not really even a shadow run, more of a hired killing, to be honest, just like the one you were on when we met. Well, my target was the manager of this junkyard. Lots of big, heavy equipment just waiting to be used. He even had this custom Waldo unit. All these robot arms, each with their own special tool for a hand. It had drills and saws and cutting torches, even a belt sander. Thing could strip and part out a car in 2 minutes flat. You can see where this is going, right? Yeah, I know that you can. You should have been there, buddy. I'm telling you, it was something like something out of a goddamn horror movie, only better because I was in charge of my whole show. And no security to show up and spoil my fun either. Anyway, pal, guess I've been picking up enough of your time, but thanks again for letting me go. Mistakes were made. Looks like there was a good old-fashioned bank robbery out in Dragonkip the other day. One of those old defunded banks still had some funds in it, apparently. Whoever it was, they played it clean. Waltzed right in, transferred away a load of new yen, and left before things went sideways. Not that clean. There were a couple of bodies out by the front gates. Looks like they ran afoul of the defense turrets. I got the hollow picks in front of me, and what's left of them isn't a pretty sight. They made the transfer, though, left the bankers in a lurch, and there's no capital left. Their whole operation is coming down around them. I'm sure that's very comforting for them. Oh no, wait, they're dead. They made big bucks. In my book, they made big bucks, man. In my book, that's a win, even if they did do it posthumously. Shadowlands connection. Ow, that hurt. You gotta be more careful when you're jumping up, buddy. We don't need that. Okay, confirm. See if a new deck is available. Okay. Cool. I need to buy some shit. I think we're going for the Mark 6. Monolithic plastic sterile. The Berlin office of AG Chemie Europa is all of these things and more. The worst qualities of modern corporate culture, all mixed into toxic stew and sluiced into a single prefab office building. Thankfully, you shouldn't have to stay long. According to the intel that your client provided, this should be a simple smash and grab operation, and you've been given the tools to carry it out with a minimum of fuss. The Mark 6 prototype, whatever it is waiting for you on the 25th floor. It's time to go and get it.
Hydrate your bones.
Thank you for the hydrate, Cranky. How you doing? I should actually get some shout-outs running real quick. For those of you who haven't already, although we have a pretty heavy overlap at this point, check out Lee. For those of you who have not, Cranky's been getting back into streaming. Or not getting back. Cranky has been back into streaming.
It's almost 2026.
It's almost 2026.
Thanks for the shouty E.
Yeah.
How's life?
That's all right. Just playing through this game. Oh, what? That him? Ah, medical supplies. After a few moments of sifting through cables, you find a diagnostic connector with the right input to fit the little black box that Schmidt gave. Plug in the little black box. The connector slips into the box with a satisfying click. A tiny red light set into the box's lid begins flashing. In a few seconds, it turns solid yellow, then finally shifts to green. At that instant, all of the lights in the garage turn off. A few seconds later, the emergency lighting kicks in. If what Schmidt told you was true, you've just killed the main power for most of the building. In theory, the box also has circumvented the security cameras in the building's upper floors. You should be able to intercept camera feeds by tapping into an elevated console on the 24th. Handy little thing. All right, team, let's go. How are you doing, by the way, Cranky? Eiger indicates the console built into the wall beside the elevator. This looks like the elevator console. The camera feeds should have been routed here. Only takes a moment to connect your PDA, and immediately visual feeds from all over the building begin to flood.
I need to make dinner and I am feeling unmotivated.
Do something simple, but tasty, so that the effort is minimal, but the reward is great. All right, now it's fine. See.
It's honestly the easiest recipe. Do you have a Trader Joe's near you?
I do. God, this body's telling me I'm not well rested.
It's just frozen pasta to add chicken, sausage, spinach and tomato. One pan and restaurant quality.
Also add chicken and sausage to your chicken sausage, spinach, and tomato. One pan and restaurant. Nice. Warning light strips out from the console at your approach. Large white letters shriek out against a red background. Warning, toxic contaminants detected. COCL2, phosphine gas, hazardous material override engaged. Laboratory entrances locked down. Access to substance library. Connection failed. Network access. Use direct terminal access and data store. Welcome to AGC, Data Library, Archive, and Employee Record System. Search the archive. Fuck. Okay, Zach. There we go. Carbon, oxygen, chlorine, 2 phosphine gas. Commonly known as phosphine gas, a highly toxic, odorless gas that gained infamy for its use as a chemical weapon during the First World War. It is valued as an industrial reagent and as a building block from which pharmaceuticals and other organic compounds can be synthesized. In low concentrations, its odor is reminiscent of freshly cut grass. The odor detection threshold for phosphine gas is 0.4 parts per million, 4 times its threshold limit value. Phosgene-related deaths are generally caused by the interaction of the gas and the proteins of the pulmonary alveoli. The end result of this interaction is the destruction of the blood-air barrier, preventing the transmission of oxygen to the blood. Death by suffocation inevitably follows. It is highly recommended that any employee working in or around this gas wear a detector badge. A suitable supply of sodium bicarbonate, for liquid phosphine gas, and ammonia for gaseous phosgene must be kept on hand to neutralize spilled leakages. Okay. So we use ammonia. Gas. Introduce gaseous agent into the laboratory atmosphere. Actually, purge for the atmosphere laboratory atmosphere. Paper and other loose objects begin to flutter and roll as powerful atmosphere purged. No contaminants detected. Disengage. scientist lays dead beside a small pile of smashed glass, and a number of beakers have been knocked over on a nearby table. The computer is powered on but in sleep mode. When the screen comes to life, you find a half-written text file on the screen. A timestamp on the most recent edit tells you that it was written just a few minutes ago. I didn't sleep last night. Doesn't look like I'm going to sleep tonight either. The last test batch failed. My fault. I got the mixture wrong. Sloppy work, Jensen. I can barely keep my eyes open. Got to try again, though. No excuses in this office. I despise relying on stimulants, but I've got no choice. Got to keep going. Progress marches on. Starting a new batch. If house chauffeur's pet isn't ready to be tested tomorrow, well, best not to think about that. Got to concentrate. Remember lab safety. Keep alert. Keep awake. One wrong move could spell disaster. Glancing at the menu, it looks like there are log entries reaching back for 2 weeks. All of the entries are attributed to the same author, and none of them appear to be password protected. 2 weeks ago. New formula arrived today, Formula 17. I swear, whoever names these things has no imagination at all. Formula 17? Honestly. Still, I can't wait to start working with it. From what I've read, early clinical trials were promising in the extreme. Amazingly potent, this stuff, and increased potency means less frequent injections at lower dosages. There's nothing not like it. Despite my enthusiasm, there's still much to be done. Speeding up absorption rates is first on the list, and I have some concerns regarding the subject's immune reactions. Perhaps the formula could be tailored on a patient-by-patient basis. Read from last week. Tailoring doses to individual patients has worked wonders. The key was taking a gene therapy-based approach. They've been using it for medicine for ages, so why not apply the same logic here? So in a nutshell, when I use the subject's own DNA to delude their systems into believing that Formula 17 belongs in their bodies, simple and effective. This approach has helped to increase the formula's absorption rate as well as significantly reducing incidences of rejection. Unfortunately, it also rules out an easy mass-produced product, but I'm convinced that the results will justify the additional cost. Bury the entry from yesterday. A week! He waits an entire week before telling me that tailoring the mixture is an unacceptable solution. And then he tells me the trials are to begin tomorrow. I have no idea. I have no time, and Gasprick's applying so much pressure that I can barely think, bastard. House chauffeur's probably threatening him. All of them can rot. Maybe now that house chauffeur is playing heat the sheets with Gasprick's secretary, he'll learn to lighten up. We can only hope. Anyway, I have some new ideas to move forward with the formula. Admittedly, they're far-fetched, possibly even dangerous, but if I don't start producing some results, I get the feeling that it won't be my problem for much longer. Wish me luck, journal. It's science. All encounter is a note, carefully transcribed in neat handwriting. The paper bears the letterhead of Senior Executive Leonard Stromberg. I'm waiting for that report. When I said ASAP, I meant I needed it yesterday. Stay until you've completed the tests and leave the report on my desk. The door code is 54139. Do this tonight. I'll expect to see it waiting for me when I arrive tomorrow. Building maintenance. Senior Executive Burner Hardegger. On the bar, a number of bottles of alcohol. Most of them look expensive. Grab a bottle for the road. First glance, the terminal appears unremarkable. Its password locked and cheerful screensaver marches across its display. Upon closer inspection, you notice something interspersed among the colorful bouncing sprites of the screensaver. There's a symbol that you recognize, a dead drop marker of the Shockwell Inverter. As you study the display, the green light winks on above the terminal's display, the recording light of a pinhole camera. The screensaver disappears and the screen floods with glowing green text. Shockwell Inverter contributor number 1432 recognized. Welcome, Necrometer. This is an open request for information about the projects and material prototypes being developed at this facility. It is known that a synthetic drug being developed here in support of a project called Atlas. In addition, a functional prototype called Mark 6 has been developed. The first contributor to provide us with a project data for Atlas and the chemical formula for the new drug and the visual records of the Mark 6 in operation will be handsomely rewarded. All three pieces of information are required for a payout. AG Chemi Europa is known to be a heartless corporation with little regard for metahuman safety or morality. They guard their secrets jealously and seek to hoard all information gained for themselves. This behavior cannot be allowed to go unpunished. What they know, all shall know. No longer will they hide their secrets in the shadows. The timely delivery of this information will be well rewarded. Freedom, equality, information, Shockwell. Authorization accepted. Welcome, Air Stromper. Mark 6 prototype data stored under Project Atlas heading. Redirecting inquiry, Project Atlas. Volume of information begin to flit. Volumes of information begin to flit across the screen. Good half of what you're seeing has been redacted, and the rest is written in impossibly dense corp speak. Download the project data to your PTA for the Shockwell reader. Access a visual record. VP authorization required. You wish to proceed? Continue. Bypass the authorization code. Authorization accepted. Welcome, Air House Chauffeur. There are too many recordings here to sort through quickly. A quick scan reveals the following details. Recordings of laboratory experiments on metahumans, images of extensive series of cyber surgeries being performed on a large troll, recordings of the same troll carving his way through opponents with massive axe, a gun cam footage from what appears to be a vehicle-mounted chain gun. The weapons have been photographed tearing apart a variety of targets, both artificial and organic. Welcome back. Copy the records to your PDA. The computer returns to normal. No. 54139. Code accepted. Door unlocked. Stack of business cards on the desk reveals that this belongs to one Annika Schroeder. A cursory search reveals that the desk's drawers are stuffed full of lewd love notes, all hastily written on scraps of office stationery. Rummage through the note. Exploring Annika's desk is like embarking on an odyssey of filth. 30 seconds in and you've already learned 3 new euphemisms for sex in a storage closet, as well as exciting new definitions for a variety of common office terms. Thankfully, your search also turns up something of immediate value, a scrap of paper with a name and a 5-digit code scribbled on it. House Chauffeur 84792. disk is a folder labeled Project Atlas. The folder is empty except for a single note. Moved to digital archive, locked in under executive authorization. Well, that was unfortunate.
Got at the end of the year plans.
You might have made a typo there. I believe I know what you were going for, but no real end of the year plans. I don't really do anything for New Year's. Oh, that's right. I see. Should be looking for... complex chemical formula displays on screen along with a series of notes. Formula 17 appears to be a drug designed to suppress higher brain functions, specifically those functions related to emotional responses and decision-making skills. From what you can tell, the overall purpose of the drug is to render the subject submissive and pliant. The note goes on to suggest that Formula 17 was developed as a component of a larger project called Atlas. Apparently, Project Atlas has something to do with cybernetic augmentation. Formula 17 was developed to help reduce the incidence of rejection in the Project Atlas's test subject. Recent trials of the formula have been extremely encouraging, while initially a serious concern, fatalities have recently dropped off to a statistically insignificant level. The document is accompanied by a fairly extensive record of testing performed on metahuman subjects, along with death records over the course of the project. Shockwell and Reader will be interested in all of this information. According to their charter, sharing this information with the world would be top priority. In the wrong hands, however, this formula could cause immense harm.
Deadpool.
Shockwell and Reader will be interested in all of this information. According to their character, sharing this, or to the charter, yeah. You are actually very close on that. Eight, 4, 7, 9, 2. The elevator whisks you upward toward the executive level 25th floor. As expected, the run has been relatively smooth sailing so far. A chime breaks the silence as the elevator glides to a stop. The Mark 6 is somewhere on this floor. All you have to do is find it. The emergency lights wink out, leaving you in darkness. A moment later, the building lights flip on, cranked all the way up to full illumination. The light is uncomfortably bright. A quick check of your comm link shows that your security feed has been terminated. Instead of command view of the 24th floor, you find yourself staring at a blank screen. Well, that can't be good. The door slides open with a pneumatic hiss. An enormous figure fills your vision. It stands motionless by a console in the corner of the room. Almost every inch of the thing is covered in dull steel and gleaming chrome. Its mechanical arms end in articulated hands which wouldn't look out of place on an industrial machine. Bulky, cumbersome things designed for crushing power rather than finesse. Clutched in one of those crushing hands, a chain gun glints with sinister purpose. That shouldn't be possible. Nothing can be implanted with that much chrome and live. Yeah, Dietrich shakes his head. Yeah, this isn't right. Well, whatever it isn't moving. I think it's on standby. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The figure stands completely still, but its eyeless head fidgets in agitation. Something about it reminds you of a snake tasting the air. Off to one side, the screen of control console glows cheerfully in the gloom. Mark 6 Cyber Zombie Prototype Control Console. Activate the console. This Mark 6 prototype is the exclusive property of AG Chemi Europa. Unauthorized access is prohibited. To put the prototype into demonstration mode, you may activate its systems from the following menu. Alternatively, the system can be directly piloted via a remote control rig. Press any key to continue. Access the system's README file. This Mark 6 prototype incorporates top-of-the-line cyberware from all AG Chemi Europa subsidiaries, including the Zeiss DeadSight Laser Designator, BUT Heavy Industries Powerlift Industrial Cyberarms, and the brand new Zeiss Sense-Shield. Where necessary, competitors' products have been incorporated into the platform: Ares Dermal Plating, Universal Omnitech Move-by-Wire, etc. These systems should be considered placeholders for this proof of concept prototype. The biological component of the Mark 6 was selected for its size and durability by General Genetics worldwide. All autonomous functions necessary to maintain the biological component are original to the component itself and should be self-regulated within operational limits. As a proof of concept demonstration model, the Mark 6 was designed for remote operation. A Zeiss eye-in-the-sky drone control system has been incorporated into the Mark 6's cyber skull. Comlink control is also possible for casual control, but for product demonstration purposes, use of the drone control system is advised. Armaments. The Mark 6 prototype comes equipped with an Ares Vanquisher vehicular rotary cannon. To demonstrate the Mark 6's actuated strength and recoil suppression capabilities. The model is also equipped with a Global Polymers monofilament axe for demonstration purposes. This weapon has been designed with a heft well beyond the lifting capacity of any unaugmented metahuman. The Mark 6, of course, can swing up with ease. Long-term goals in demonstrating the Mark 6's combat capabilities. It is this office's hope that AG Chemi Europa's newly developed Formula 17 cybermantic reagent will prove its value to the board of directors, both as an astonishing technical achievement as a lucrative new revenue stream for the company. Have Gloria examine the cyber zombie's augmentations. Glory nods and steps forward, and as she stands next to the cyber zombie, you can't help but notice how much chrome riddles her own body. Cyberware is high-grade, quality stuff, but not mil-spec. The arms look industrial in design, interesting choice, but there's nothing wrong with it. The control system looks interesting, like a drone control interface, but it's wired into the base of the skull. From the positioning, I'd say it's connected directly into the thing's brainstem. Glory takes a closer look at the cyber zombie's control module. A moment later, she takes a sudden half-step back. She turns to look at you, a disgusted look on her face. Necrometer, listen to me. We have to kill this thing. This thing is our payday, Glory. Explain yourself. This troll, it's still conscious. He's still conscious. They've outfitted him with an inhibitor chip. He's trapped in his own body, screaming to get out. This isn't just a prototype Necrometer, it's a person. We can't just cash him in for a paycheck. Can you do anything about it? Help him in some way? She takes another look at the control module, scowling. No promises, but I can try. Do it. Not here. Let's get him down to the garage first. I want to have a van close by in case anything goes wrong. In the meantime, we're going to have to activate him. She falls back to her regular position in the group. Just remember, Necrometer, that's a man you're giving orders to, not a machine. Leave it to my cyber deck and activate it. Or my comlink. Anyway. You hit the activation control and the cyber zombie lurches to life. It takes a step forward and you can hear the whirs of actuators calibrating to adjust to its weight. A few seconds later, the whirring sound dies down. It relaxes into a slight crouch. Mission complete. Follow and protect the protocol engaged. Awaiting further instruction. The knight-errant captain takes a half-step towards you, magnified by his masked speakers. His voice comes out like the roar of some great beast. Drop your weapons and step away from the prototype. Do it now. I have a better idea. You drop your weapons, and I won't order Tin Man here to tear you in half. Knight-errant captain pauses a moment. Before responding, when he speaks, his voice is dripping with scorn. Try it. See what happens. You honestly think they didn't install a safeguard in that thing that we could take it back from you at a moment's notice? Now drop your weapons or I'll have that abomination tear you in half. Come on, man. Can't we just talk about this like civilized people? Stop wasting my time. Get your ass on the floor or get ready to have a one-on-one with the Almighty. The hell with this. Okay, alright, you're gonna race in there and you're going to rip them to shreds. Conjurer. Motherfuckers. There, Dietrich. Interdiction shot. That's a lot of damage. Did not mean to hit Glory like that, but that's okay. She got health back since she could take it. It's almost like stare time. He's getting fussy. Really? Be nice to see my game buddy. It's getting ready to escape. I don't want to deal with that. Please. The sooner I get through this, buddy, the sooner you can eat. I forgot this took so fucking long. Where's the rigger? Where'd that rigger go? There he is. Fucker. I think we might just have to restart this. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna have to restart this. I'm gonna call it for now. This is pissing me off. This mission sucks to run because there's so much trying to kill you and trying to get out with this fucking thing that can be turned against you at any given time. Anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna start the whole. Escape. I'm playing on the easiest difficulty too. I would think that would allow me to like just ease through the game and just play it as like a story, but that's not the case. Like I'm still getting absolutely screwed over by numbers. Like there was so many times I should have hit things and it just was like, yeah, no, that's not a thing that we're doing today. Go to Hey Totani, he's currently playing before. We'll finish this run next time. Um, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know when I'll be streaming again. The week's gonna be really weird just because of the holiday. So see, I have not been getting enough rest, partially because of this little four-legged one. Yes, I'm talking about you. Yes, you're about to get your dinner. Yes. All right. So yeah, go show some love to Ato, and I hope to see you in the next one. Be excellent to each other. Be excellent to yourself. See you around. Bye.